has lost a lot of credibility. And it is very important that
the chance in Edo State to be able to see this. So that's why I say that argument is not tenable.
Otherwise,
it's best your candidate should come, because as I speak now,
your statistics.
Because when you have institutions that are not delivering, and especially a key institution like INEC, and
is wrong, Rufai. Your statistics is wrong.
Give me your own. The chance in Edo State to be able to see this. So that's why I say that argument is not tenable. It's best your candidate should come, because as I speak now,
your statistics is wrong, Rufai. Your statistics is wrong.
Give me your own.
I am telling you that people can no longer feed in Edo, not to talk of subscribing to internet.
Give me your own statistics.
People can no longer feed, not to talk of subscribing to internet. Nobody is watching you. So that's the truth. Nobody is watching you, because
give me your own
don't have money to watch. If you
give me your own statistics.
If you want Mondi Okpewolo to come to your, if you want Mondi Okpewolo to come to your to your interview, try as much as possible to subscribe for the audience of Edo. Then it will come. Because if you want to sell yourself, you sell yourself to the people. And if he's doing that, is he going to sell himself to Arise? No.
Hang on a minute. Secondly, I also want to confirm.
I am telling you that people are not watching you.
Please.
People are not watching you.
I also want to confirm, Mr. Jared. Did Edo State APC at any point ask Arise presenter Rufai Oseni to bring $1 million to interview Mondi Okpewolo?
To come and do what? We can't be saying that. What I am telling you is,
I'm just
asking. You are saying people subscribe to internet. Yes, those people are they in Edo? Would
you respect?
What I am telling you that people don't even have money. Obaseki, your Obaseki.
So if people don't watch Arise
to the level,
if people don't,
because I can afford it.
If you don't watch Arise, and you think
I'm supposed to,
so why are you on this interview?
I'm supposed to have my television on now. I'm supposed to have my television on now. My television is not on because I don't have money to subscribe to a DSTV that I can use to watch you.
But Edo people can't watch. But Edo people can't watch you based on what you have said. Edo people cannot watch you as you are speaking. So why are you wasting your time here?
They are not watching. They are not seeing you. They are not seeing you. That's what I'm saying. They are not seeing you. I needed to talk to you, more than Rufai. It's you that I actually wanted to talk to today. To let you know.
Chairman Tenebe, I take this as an exercise in self-contradiction.
Mr. Ruben.
Yes, you are on Arise TV and you say nobody is watching. But the more important point, I lived in Benin, 85 to 86.
Because I'm not even sure. I'm not sure they are watching me now.
Okay, fine.
People don't have money in Edo State to even buy credit.
Okay, fine. But
you know, subscribe to internet. So nobody is watching you. I need you to know this.
I was just telling you that some of my persons from Edo State, they've been bombarding my phone with WhatsApp messages. They say you are embarrassing the people of Edo State. That it is not true that the people of Edo State don't have DSTV. It's not true that they don't have Go TV. That they are civilized, very proud people.
They have DSTV. They have DSTV. They have Go TV. But there is no money to subscribe because Obaseki has run the state aground. He has impoverished the state. People can no longer subscribe. That's what I'm saying. They have. But
they can watch free. They can watch free on YouTube.
If anybody is calling you to tell you that it's an embarrassment, maybe those are people who are in Ikoyi there, possibly with you, that does not even have a voter's card, that we cannot talk to. What I am trying to say, what I'm trying to make out of this is Monday Okpebholo is reaching out to the people he's supposed to reach out to. I'm telling you where he is now, where you have almost about 25,000 people in a ward, where to get to that place you have to drive, you have to use canoe, you have to trek to get to the place. He's reaching out and the message is resonating.
Chairman, I don't see any conflict between grassroots campaign and talking to people on television. Arise News is in 54 countries of Africa. We're in UK, we're in Europe. I mean, it needs that audience. And all the stakeholders in Edo State, they are everywhere, including here in Arise News. And that's why we're saying, bring Okpebholo. If he cannot speak English, he will speak Benin. We will bring one of our persons to come and speak Benin to him.
At least you have seen Okpebholo moving motion in the Senate before.
Oh, okay.
So the idea of saying he cannot speak English is not even there. You have seen him in live in our campaign live programs. You hear him talk. So the idea of saying he cannot talk is not even there. I'm telling you the reason why he cannot buy ticket and come to Lagos, because it will be a waste of time.
He doesn't need to come to Lagos
to go and talk to about just 300 people who can subscribe.
You are in Benin. We interview you from Benin. He doesn't need to come to Lagos. We'll come and meet him in his room. He doesn't need to come to Lagos. We'll come and meet him.
Will he have to waste his time? Will he have to waste his time to come and talk to you about 300 people?
Wait. In that village,
he's selling himself to the people.
Wait, can I assure you, sir? In that village is campaigning. We will bring our camera and join him on the campaign trail and interview him on the campaign trail there, so he can be campaigning to the people and still talking to us. We are ready for Okpebholo.
But if you want to do that, we are ready. You can tell your crew not to tell us to pay. You can tell your crew to follow him.
No, you don't need to pay.
And they even follow him. You have to.
No reason why we cannot transform education. It is much easier, frankly, to train teachers to translate books into local languages and train teachers who can communicate in local languages. You can reach all these millions much faster than spending years trying to get them to a level of proficiency in English and French to study these subjects. And sometimes not just English and French. If you do agriculture, maybe you have to learn the names of the plants in Latin. Even though you know the plant in your neighborhood, in the village, you know what it's called in your language. Okay, so the second distance is one of language. And we need to start thinking about how we can deliver education to these out-of-school children in their mother tongue. They can learn English or French and Spanish and Arabic. They can learn any language as a language.
In Ghana, when it comes to English, we have a teacher teaching mechanical grammar and a teacher teaching textual grammar.
So is that why you call God God?
Yes, because a language, good English must be spoken with original dialect. Anywhere I speak, the first question they will ask, you a Ghanaian, Abi? Because if you say H-O-T, Nigeria will say hot. H-U-T, he will say hot. H-U-R-U-T, he will say hot.
Oh, yeah, tell us what
so if he goes to exam, he will fail.
Those three examples.
O in the middle of two consonants is O. U in the middle of two consonants is A. U-R in the middle of two consonants is E. So it is church.
Church. You are going to church. Me, I'm going to church.
Which is the
Enyi na-aga na-eso n'azụ. Enyi na-aga na-eso n'azụ gwọgwọgwọ ngwọ.
Were able to learn chemistry, physics, biology in the local dialect using the language. What they found out was that cognitive development rose up 5 times. Those kids learned better 5 times as opposed to using what they refer to as colonial languages. Okay, so if we can achieve that in the north, especially, where you can learn in your Hausa or Fufude the same thing that I'm learning in the English language, in science, math, and biology, whatever it is, I think that is progress. I think one of the problems that we've had is the language barrier, because you need to first fully comprehend and understand the English language to even understand what was being taught. Doesn't mean you're not smart enough. It's
There
just
are two
that
questions,
language
and I
of
have a third
instruction is
issue
the
that I
barrier
think,
to
Ruben,
some
you
of
need
these
to address. But let me start with the questions you have raised. I think first the issue of INEC. I think everybody is fairly aware that INEC, as presently constituted, has lost a lot of credibility. And it is very important that the institution gains this credibility. Otherwise, the stability of the country is going to be threatened, because when you have institutions that are not delivering, and especially a key institution like INEC, and if this failure continues, then it will erode not only, confidence in INEC, but confidence in democracy itself. And when that happens, you know the consequences. So let me come back to INEC. I think there are amendments that the whole country is waiting for. For example, that amendment, which I think late President Buhari refused to give assent to, which mandates INEC to use electronic tools and to use technology in delivering the result, is still pending. But more importantly, why should the president, whoever is the president of the country, who is an interested party in the election, be the one to propose the head of INEC? I think late Uwais committee has made very good recommendations, which have been blocked by those who are interested in manipulating INEC. I think we have to rescue INEC by making sure that the head of INEC is not appointed by a sitting president who is going to be interested in election. So there are a number of things that needs to be done. I'm not sure there is sufficient time for us to raise that, but I think the key issues are two. One, that INEC's credibility is at stake, and two, we have got to insulate INEC from political interference. If that doesn't happen, then it is the democracy that is holding the country that's being actually run down. And when that happens, there are consequences. The second question, if I remember correctly, which you raised, is where do we go from here? Considering what former President Jonathan said. And I think it ties down with the issue that I really think you should be raising, because the whole gathering in Accra is around the crisis of democracy, that democracy is not delivering the expectations of the people. And in Nigeria, if you take the statistics from 1999 to date, that's about 25 years. If you take the indices of development, whether you are taking the paternal and maternal mortality rates, or if you are taking the if you are taking the GDP, the growth in the economy, if you are taking all the indices of development that you take, you will see that from 1999 to date, we have been going down the drain. In fact, the GDP for this year is said to be much lower, actually about less than half of what it was in 1960. In other words, this country, under this democracy, is actually going down the drain. And it is time to really ask, of what use, of what benefit is democracy if it cannot really deliver? Is democracy made for the people, or people for democracy? If democracy is supposed to serve society, then it has failed in Nigeria. And it is time to start thinking of how do we really bring about a system that can work for us. I watched the debate from beginning to the end, and I was saddened by the fact that the elite that gathered there could not think out of the a box of Western frame of thinking. In other words, they were all, and especially the guest speaker himself, he was going round and round while admitting the failure of democracy. He was still saying that we should stick to democracy. And that doesn't make sense. I mean, you have admitted that this system has failed to deliver. And you are saying that we should still hang on to it.
Maybe Juju be that. It has failed, but these men still want to ride on her because they are goddamn lazy. They want to ride on what is dead. Let's see how they're going to make it work. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's episode of All the Politics, where we focus on Obi power play. It's Obi power play, a pawn. We shall discuss the strategy of Obi and his movement so far. So let's a lot of people who have given up on obedient movements aftermath of 2023 are beginning to see that Obi is coming back, maybe louder than before, but I don't know if it's bigger than before, but louder for sure. But this time around, he decided to go head on with the article structure, nationwide structural appeal. So we just look at it from the obedience grassroots strategy, because that's what is working for Obi, right? He's a strategist. If we want to see from the current civil war that is going on between the articulated and the obedient within the ADC family, the debate over Peter Obi grassroots strength, versus Atiku Abubakar political structure, is at the center of the bagbos that is going on within the platforms that the opposition choose to take the Bola Tinubu on. To some extent, that's where the emerging elites, those who want power by every means necessary, also collide. So the complication within the ADC, I don't think it will. The unity that they strive for. So the obedient grassroots movement and the Atiku Abubakar political structure, one of the sharpest fault lines in 2020, going to 2027, as far as Nigerian opposition politics is concerned today. So it all boiled down to organic, people-driven monument that he will be claimed with his movement, which I disagree. I don't see anything organic there, or even people-driven. But that's a conversation for another day entirely. But for the heat of the moment, we can run away with that argument that the obedient movement is people-driven and is organic, right? Let's settle on that. So that is going head on as we speak with the institutional structure of the of Atiku Abubakar, backed by some old cash. And you can't help but to notice that even though, they shout, but his presence is felt anytime his name is mentioned. Just like the Bible says, anywhere two or three are gathered in my name, I did there be. Hallelujah. So Peter Obi claim to the grassroots movement, clawed and powered by the obedient engine. We'll see where it goes. So Obi base is widely seen. Vibrant online, if you ask me, it's youth led. But waiting, I know they see this. I mean, it baffles me when, of course, I don't think it's a claim that the obedient movement is largely around young people, but it's, I don't know, most of his move and his activity hardly bring that youth structure around him. I see no reason why we don't have a fierce young men and women, be future on this platform, pushing the narrative or pushing the ideology of be obedient. Instead, just the guy that they shout, they argue all the time. At this time around, I should see the intellectual think tank of the obedient movement, full of young people of ideas. Give them space. The whole point is to energize other people on ground, because the internet is already agog with the obedient movement. But how do you make that reflect on ground without building a structure around young people, especially around media, and see individual men and women who dominate the airwave for every structure. But anyway, maybe let me just today. I didn't think too much, I guess. So the youth aspect is there, but the ideology is not, and it's nowhere to be found. I expect at this point the last move that the obedient can still make right now is to start what I call the obedience center. Every local government should have an obedience center that operates 24/7. The goal is to make sure you send 2-3 people out there to talk to people about whatever their goal is for the week. I like shop, just open now. We'll put 1 or 2 man and woman there. The point is to keep the conversation of Obi and whatever he believes and the grassroots level, just keep going. I think that can be done at this point. The spirit of the obedient that was known in 2023 is pretty much alive again. So put it to work. Charge every obedient who has the capacity to sponsor one center. Yeah, just open one shop. Paint an obedient color. Put it should be, I mean, once you see the building, you see, no, okay, this is what the obedient, this is obedient, this is what it's about. The idea is to make sure you put that name and what they stand for in people's mouths every day, everywhere they glow. Obedience center everywhere. And the goal too is to unify the message. So every day, yeah, you will be a unified message that will come from the top. So before you even go on to the content creators, it goes down to people on the ground first. Obedience center on every local government, 777. I've been at 774 local government. That's easy. Now there you train the volunteers. Now there the agent unit agent then will come out. Now there whatever that it's going on at the top right now, it has to trickle down. And the only way it trickle down is when you actually have a physical structure. And Obi could just pop up from time to time at each of the centers, just to bring that to create life, to breathe life, just like the churches they open their branches. Then there will be feedback from that centers to the top. So the conversation, the strategy will be two ways. Why those centers they gather data on ground, they feed it into those centers, the think tanks. Then those ones they dissect the data, create a narrative out of those data, and send it back to the grassroots. It is quite focus. So there's no amount of attack that will come from anywhere, whatever any gymnastic every other person to do that no said, stay focused. Obedience center in every local government. Run by youths under 25. Under 25. Not just to the pass information from grassroots to the top, from top to bottom, top to bottom, bottom to top, according to Buhari, top to bottom. But course now, they no need to spend money. They say how much they want to recruit agents. Once you create, just like the online as take shape, everybody in a content creator, replicating it down. The idea is to what? Every local government should have what they call obedience center. I mean, is that hard? That's what raw mobilization is about. Power of mobilization, because when I don't miss the organizing phase. So now mobilization, so it require action, 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 action. Channel all the resources we will not go to get now to do that. The goal is to hope to have 774. I've been at 700 all local government have obedience center. Now, Mr. 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026. Now, Mr. Man. I know Tosba is over, it's already over, but because now who lead people to the polls we carry the day, regardless of every other strategy. How many people can you lead to the poll? And the easiest way to lead people to the poll is to have it direct, for the people to have direct contact. They don't need to go listen to online, they don't need to go they wait for Obi to speak from time to time. No. Every day there is fresh information. There is Obi just like every day Obi go they bring out something. We say, even though nobody they talk about, there should be a form of make believe direct communication from Obi to the people in the village. And how would that work? Obedience centers. It's just like MTN now. Everybody begin get umbrella with it. The hustle right. It's the same strategy. It's the same. At this point, now crash course. I give you so crash course. Instead of shouting to stay one place, they gather. They say if no be Obi, if no be Obi or not Obi. No. You have to refocus that strength because that's what the opposition wants you guys to be doing. Just keep going back and forth. They say if no be Obi the best, Obi is the best, Obi is the right man, Obi. That's I don't overstretch that now. Streamline and structuralize those arguments. Obedience centers everywhere. Before you know that 6.1 million votes will reach, you will double to about 11 million. That's very possible. Because all you now, what you need, because the obedience don't study their opponent. They criticize their opponent, but they never study their opponent. That's one of the mistakes. How come Atiku know the whole rally, but everywhere you go, his name still carry weight? That's something you people should find out. Because you know where and where to go or who and who to meet. It's been around for goddamn too long. So once you don't have the kind of data that he has, data of people that matters, where matters, and what matters, by the virtue of his position before and the kind of business he does. But you guys, the other way around, don't get that kind of leverage. So that's why I see the guy move. He not just a move. He move according to what the information available to him says. That's why even though he don't the whole rally, it's still a name to be reckoned with. So now the same thing. So when you compare, when you look at it from that angle, you have no choice than to build the same. Let the noise that is being fed in every platform now should also be fed in every local government via what I call the obedience center. Flood down with young people. That's the reflection I don't see. Yes, the obedience movement is centered around young people, but I know they see at least open business center for every one of them, which I call obedience center. Put young people of 21, 25 and under, and give them instruction every day, pass instruction from the top to the bottom every day. So if you want, by the time you begin to look at your opponent and you see the move they are making, Tinubu will start to share money in the name of IMF policy. That's the next thing. They will begin share bar. It's an act of mobilization, putting the timing into play. Atiku still rely on his traditional machine. As I said, those machine is made up of data, of who matters, where matters, what matters. That has been collected over decades of him just being a front of Nigerian politics. So he still got it. And going back, knowing the fact that Atiku is the coalition financier, one would say maybe Rotimi Amechi is the network builder. So I see no reason why he will not be the bearer of that ticket. Now the question now is, will you be still hang on to ADC till their primaries, or the guy will move beforehand? So the dynamic are very interesting. Time is fast going. Very soon, January finish. So now that it's becoming obvious that ADC is the main opposition party, how's the primary going to be like? Are they going to consensusship, which the obedience are actually screaming for? I don't know how they arrive at that, but are they going to do open primaries? If there is the way to go, they are already telling Obi that this is our house. Thereby, Obi is already complaining that they are that's sabotaging the online registration of the ADC membership, because it's as if they see the indication that the obedience are coming in mass to register. So if they allow that to happen, they will lose the party before primaries. So they begin to do mago mago. If you pay attention to Obi outcry lately about how the online registration is being it's been sabotaged by the ADC insiders, which is Obi's strategy going to 2027 to have a free and fair election by shining light in that he feel or seeing is not going the right way. So going into the primaries, that will be around towards the end of this year, from November, December, stroke early 2027 to January. That's when primaries will beginning to take shape from. Well, the whole world is pretty much waiting for what the ADC will come up with. I think that of APC is already is always anything happen to Baba. It's Baba for the win for the primaries. So maneuver bargaining are already going on. I like the route that the obedience are taking, but they can do better. Screaming and screaming will not just do it, knowing that their primary opponent Atiku, we know they scream, but it's gaining traction. So it should find a way to replicate that, but not among the elite structure, but within the young people. Give them something to wake up to every day. Give the man in Chibok local government, the young person Chibok local government, to wake up to every day. He wake up to, he look forward to what information is going to come from the obedience center in his local government, not necessarily what their content creators we say. If they don't get lighting or if they don't have access to data, what happens? That means that day will go without anything coming from hearing from the OB or what is OB about. They cannot afford to do that in this atmosphere of real time. Everything they happen real time. When America will kidnap Maduro, we watch her in real time. So why would you take advantage of that? And how do you do that? Open obedience center in every local government. Put young people below the age of 25 to run it, so that every young person in that community will have something to look forward to every day. Every day. The goal is that twice a day, there will be information that will be coming from the top, morning and evening. Something to take you all day and something to go to bed with. But at the same time, the top is also collecting data from the grassroots, and that's where the narrative will be based on those data. So there's so many advantages in going that route at this point. But again, looking at the primaries, I don't know how they want, which way they want to go. But the key contenders here, Atiku is I don't know if I was to put my money right now based on what I'm seeing, I would say Atiku will get the ticket based on who he is and his track record. As a front runner, so he has pretty much control over the party machinery. Right? There are so many loyal delegates that are already coming with him. One will also make the same argument for Obi. So his financial leverage, I don't know where I monitor the concept, but I don't think anyone, let me not say anyone, any media or any one of his opponents actually doubt his source of financing. That's one criticism I've never seen people take to him that actually gain national attention. So Peter Obi is primary grassroots. I don't know where in the front end, but it works because as far as I'm concerned, it's not doing enough for that. So the momentum is pretty much still, in fact, got to the level it was in 2023 in terms of the obedient energy online and ability to incite their will into the national conversation on daily basis. And I think that's one thing we don't give the obedient credit enough. By crook or by who, they are always making the headlines. So as far as I'm concerned, they are back at where they were in 2023. But how to scale on that is where I see them lacking. So they're still not here being, they are still unable to move, attract heavy, heavy men in terms of finance, intellectuals, elite within the country to back him up. They always come around anyway. So Obi need to do more than meeting just the state chairman. I think he met all the state chairman in Abuja. He need to do more than that. I said Obedience Center need to be springing up in every local government. Rotimi Amechi is on the table, but as far as I'm concerned, Rotimi Amechi is aiming to be VP to Atiku. That's the role. That's what he's fighting for. He doesn't have the clouds to want to go for it, the top of the ticket. So, and in order to stay relevant, to be in the national conversation, he has to have a platform that will give him slot every now and then to make noise. So if they want to go by primary, direct primaries, whereby the delegate votes, I think Atiku will have the upper hand. A lot of people will argue that that will not be the case based on what the amount of people, the caliber of people that were at Obi's officially joining the party ceremony. I don't think one regional delegate is enough to give him a primary ticket in the national party. So Atiku will literally overshadow Obi an aging out among those with money, network, and party insiders, like the state chairman and every other officials within the state apparatus of the parties, because being the pretty much the brain behind the coalition, that means he knows everyone but directly or indirectly. Means that he has the network to reach them directly or indirectly, regardless of where they are. That's what experience gives. So if they go through direct primary, Atiku the landslide victory will be discouraging, I should say. But if you leave on to that's indirect primary, if you leave on that's indirect primary, very direct primary. If you leave it to direct primary, where members pretty much have the have the say, if they no fit manipulate the registration, that'll be interesting to watch. But if they are able to manipulate the registration again, article will come out on top. But if they don't, that would be the first test of Obi grassroots claim or mobilization, how organic it actually is, and ability for him to actually motivate them to participate. And if that takes place, they will win. They will get the tickets. So why the obedience and be pushing for consensus, putting age as the center stage of the argument, and youth being the larger constituency going to the elections, and they are using that as a bit of the argument. Why the article camp is screaming for open competition. Think you got the noise, you got the numbers, let's go. So time will tell. What I expected to be is to go out of the shadow of this elite and form a coalition with the emerging ones, these power hungers. But I think either I don't trust them enough, or I don't think they're financially in a position to do anything that will bring more numbers to what he already had. So it's Friday. What did I get? What's in the menu for the weekend, I should say, because I don't think anything. What are they giving us to talk about going to the weekend? Let's see what they got. What they have going to weekend. Kano governor, lawmaker, LG chairman resign from AMPP. I will say that is a vice presidential move by the man himself, Rabi Musa Kwankwaso. Tinubu meet Olubadan, Ibadan, Lagbaja, Ladoja. So I think it's safe to say that Kwankwaso will be running alongside Tinubu in 2027. That's what this movie is about. I write with deep sense of gratitude to formally notify the leadership of the new Nigerian People Party of my decision to resign my membership of the party with effect from Friday, 23rd January 2026, he wrote. I remain sincerely appreciative of the support of the opportunity given to me by the party, its leadership, and members across Kano State to be part of this political journey since 2022, as well as the support, goodwill, and cooperation extended to me during my time in the party, the governor stated. Ta ta ta. In recent time, the party has been confronted with persistent internal challenge arising from leadership disagreements and ongoing legal processes, many of which are presently before the court for judicial determination. According to the governor, the internal disagreements have widened division and weakened cohesion within the party. The growing disenfranchisement among the party members have created deep division within the party. The party structure running in cracks that appear increasingly reconcilable and have generated uncertainty. Now, well, we could just conclude say Kwankwaso is going to be the next VP. I am sticking to that. After careful reflection and without prejudice to the party capacity to resolve its internal challenge, I have come to the conclusion that my resignation is in the best interest of the people of Kano. Whoever they write all these speeches for these men, man, they don't get respect for the people. They ain't got no respect. The governor is resigning today along with 21 members of the State House of Assembly, 8 members of the House of Representatives, and 44 local government chairman of Kano State. The resignation letter was acknowledged by the party secretary, Bicharanchi Ward, the Honorable Kabiru Zubeiru, who commended the governor for his laudable project on infrastructural, urban renewal, health, education, and economic empowerment. It's all good. It's all good. Let this speculation watch and how you continues. What's going on here?
That the judiciary sanctioned that improbability does not mean that Atiku didn't win that election. And I stand by my words. I'm not supporting Atiku now for some obvious reasons, for example, but the truth must be told. There is no APC presidential candidate in 2027 that can get the mandate of the people if there is a free and fair election.
You are saying Tinubu will not win?
He will not win.
Despite all the defections?
If there is a free and fair election, let him try it. I challenge him.
On what template are you actually basing your argument?
You don't go to the market. You don't go to the market.
I do, even today.
Do you have any relative that goes to the farm?
Almost every other person in my family.
How many farmers are how many percentage of Nigerian population?
They are in the majority.
And none of them, no farmer will vote for APC government because deliberately this government destroyed agriculture and the incentives to go to farm.
Okay, maybe we'll discuss this deep into the conversation.
Don't run away from this. I'm not campaigning. I'm saying the obvious.
Yes, because
don't run away from
I will
this.
not run away. I will still come back to it.
People should know when we buy fertilizer, those of us who are farmers, for 70,000 naira per bag, the bag of millet is 16,000 today. The bag of maize is 20-something thousand. The bag of beans is 36,000.
But buyers are happy with the development.
Which means that next year there would be no incentive for anybody to go to the farm. And if they don't go to the farm, because this government has decided to import things that Nigerians can produce so that they will crash the price and deal with some parts of this country as they are doing, then there will be problem because there will be insecurity. People must eat. Because if they don't go to farm and they have to eat, it means you cannot sleep in your house. And that makes it easy for me that the APC will lose election flat.
But then, okay, to the topic of our discussion. 2 days ago, all over, both legacy and social media, were awash with a report that Konkoso, your closest ally, will meet with Tinubu. What happened? The meeting didn't hold.
Malanda, in the first place, let me say that me and Konkoso were barred by the NNPP party not to speak to the press about issues surrounding the party. And if you can remember, in the last 3 months, I did not get any appearance. in print, radio, or television. I didn't make any appearance. Nor did also Konkoso did. And it was a strategic decision that we made. We allowed you people to say whatever you will say. Oh, Tinubu is working for other opposition people who they thought that they wouldn't take us to their own parties. Oh, Konkoso is working for Tinubu. Oh, Konkoso is fighting Abba Kabir Yusuf. Oh, Konkoso is doing this. He never uttered a word. Oh, Konkoso has done. They even put pictures of 2.5 years when Konkoso visited President Bola Tinubu in France. We know exactly what we are doing. We keep you guessing, and free of charge. You give us publicity because we don't have money to pay for social media influencers to talk to people and tell lies or the truth or whatever they want to say. We didn't give them. They make money by in the press. As far as we are concerned, even a bad press is good. But in each of these issues that were raised about Konkoso and the NNPP, which of it that has come to pass? Tell me one.
Why did the meeting fail to hold?
Who organized the meeting? Social media?
People. It was said that you organized the meeting. I mean, the president invited Konkoso and he agreed to go out.
Would you believe me if I say something categorically?
Yes.
Not to our knowledge.
President did not invite Konkoso.
Not to our knowledge. Unless if he told you, tell Konkoso to come to him, then I will now take that message to Konkoso later today.
Not at all. Then what is happening between Konkoso and his protege, Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf? Have they parted ways?
No.
Judged, honestly.
No.
How do you mean?
Yes. I mean what you say.
We saw Konkoso about 2 weeks ago or 10 days or about that, talking to his followers in his house in Kano, that Maciya Amana za su gani, meaning betrayers will definitely see. Was he not referring to Abba Kabir Yusuf?
I thought you are a Muslim.
I am.
Does anybody need to tell you that whoever betrays will pay for it?
But was he not?
I am asking a question.
Of course, that is certain. But was he not, referring to Abba Kabiru?
Did he call name?
Most likely he spoke, of course he spoke in parables, but it was clear to discerning minds that he was actually referring to the governor, going by the different political,
if the governor,
yes,
Abba Kabir Yusuf, betrays Konkoso, I want to tell you that he will see it on his plate. He has not yet done that. We are waiting. And he has never told us in the party or confided in Konkoso because I should know that he's going. So as far as we are concerned for now, it's speculation. That does not mean that he may not go. But if he goes, he's not fighting us, he's fighting God.
Oh, he wants to stand on his feet.
I say...
you remember the slogan in Kano?
I can address that one.
Okay.
Which leg will he stand on?
He's too, his feet, he's too...
So it means that now he's standing on Konkoso's feet.
That is the allusion.
I'm asking now, it goes now. Yes.
That is the allusion. People believe that he's still riding on the back of Konkoso.
If he's standing on Konkoso's back, then it means he has no feet to stand on. And if he attempts to stand on a borrowed feet, he will fall.
Are you saying that he will not survive the APC tsunami without Konkoso?
Whichever interpretation you want to give it. Because I just want to remind you and remind the public the relationship between Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf and Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso.
Thank you.
I shouldn't use some other words. Let me be generous.
Okay.
They have been together for over 30 years. Before politics, in politics, and in governance. The world should know this. And Kwankwaso almost lost all his disciples because he anointed Abba Kabir Yusuf to be the governor of Kano. And all of them, I can count 20 or more senior people to him in the movement, left to Kwankwaso because they felt that Abba was not the appropriate person to be governor. But all of them forgot one thing, that is God that makes the king. So, Kwankwaso anointed Abba Kabir Yusuf. And he won election in 2019. Do you believe me?
I'm with you.
No, do you believe me?
I'm with you, engineer.
I thought you are a courageous man.
I am indeed. As a journalist, I take opinions from all shades. Of course, you people believe that he won 2019, but then Ganduje was declared winner. Ganduje served between 2019 and 2020.
Thank you very much. That's all I want. God did not make him governor that time, even though he won the election. Ganduje was declared with the help of General Buhari. And in 2023, again, the same Kwankwaso decided that he should be fielded. And he was fielded. During the process, Ganduje, who rode on the back of Buhari in 2019, now was stupid enough to call Buhari Habuna Habu. You are from Kasina. You know what Mama Shatta meant by Habuna Habu? Is the greatest insult you can do to an individual if you are called that name. Because that was a drunkard, sleeps on the streets, drinks and urinates and nakeds himself. That is what he called Buhari. Ganduje did that. And Buhari didn't say a word. You see how God works? I'm just talking about God. So elections was held. Ganduje called and mobilized all the security agencies in this country. As an APC governor and in APC federal government, they wanted to deny us that victory. But because God destined that will be the governor of Kano State. The same Buhari, people didn't know, the same Buhari used the apparatus of government. And if they listen, if they see me talk, they know what I'm talking about. Put down his feet and said that this boy won election in 2019 and he has won his election now, he should be declared. Did you?
Buhari?
Yes.
So if not for his intervention, Abba wouldn't have been governor, very likely.
It's God. God, just listen to me. Did you see that day that all of us, including Kwankwaso, slept at the INEC?
No, Buhari.
We did it all to Abba. I don't think he forgot.
Pretty much.
But it appears he did.
No, we don't know yet.
Well, we have seen him in the villa. What took him to the villa? What took Abba?
You just saw Makinde in the villa. So
it's about realignment.
Villa is not President Tinubu's house. It's a house for Nigerians. I can go to the villa. It does not mean that I've gone to Tinubu's house. He's just a temporary resident.
Their own
transient resident.
There won't be smoke without.
No. Listen to me. So Abba was declared. He was a governor of Kano. A lot of his friends, we know, 3 months into his tenure, we know those who are pushing him to abandon Konkoso. We know.
So you know there is this pressure on him.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, you know there is pressure on him to abandon Konkoso?
I say we know. I don't want you to go further.
No, I want you to mention a name or two. From where? I mean, is the pressure from within Kano?
I've already given you the meat. Find the knife to cut and eat.
I don't have it. And I'm representing our audience.
So it's okay.
Is like the pressure from Abuja, from Kano?
It can be from anywhere.
But it appears he has started.
He should abandon Konkoso. For me, personally, I think he has stayed long enough with the Konkoso.
And he can leave now?
At least I know he stood long enough under that pressure. Maybe he's relieving the pressure now. Maybe, I don't know. Because he has not said he's going yet, officially.
But the feelers around him have indicated that he is leaving.
We don't talk to them. They are too small for us to reply them.
Engineer, we remember last year, maybe early, when the SSG was spearheading the Abba Sayade Kaparka slogan, that Abba stand on your feet. That time, he was sacked by Abba. But now...
Which means Abba didn't agree.
Exactly. But now, here we are. Almost all the members of the State Assembly have endorsed his movement.
Everybody has gone
to another political party. Almost all the local government chairmen in Kano have also agreed that he should move. So, where are you, engineer? Are you aware of all of these developments?
Because I could have wished I could have used the Hausa word, but let me...
Please use it. The large chunk of our audience are Hausa speaking people.
By that, I need the Kasaba. Because all of them did it, they know that apart from God, the person who made them was Senator Rabiu Musa Konkoso. Each and every one of them take chairman of council. I'm sure if they sleep, if they go to bed, they cannot sleep. Because it was Konkoso single-handedly that made them chairman.
But they have abandoned him now.
Doesn't matter. But God did not abandon him. What are the feelers coming from Kano? Forget about elected people. That is what maybe Tinubu and APC are also considering. Whether to take some people in or to forsake them. Because you have to bring value. But I want to go back to what I was saying. God made Abba Kabir Yusuf the governor of Kano State. But anything that happens in this world, there is a sila in Hausa. There is a reason for what, and there is a ladder. Konkoso is that ladder to all the elected NNPP people in Kano. In fact, even PDP.
What crime has he?
Let me correct. Even in APC, there is no single elected APC man in Kano that did not go through the Konkoso School of Politics. If there is, tell me, starting from Ganduje, Abdullahi Abbas, Barrow Jibril, Kaus Mela, who are them? All of them were Konkoso's boys.
Then something must be fundamentally wrong with Konkoso.
Fine, yes.
This array of people that you mentioned, they are no longer with him now. Where is the problem?
Yes, now, let me finish that one of God. So now, what we are watching is that if what they are saying is true, I don't believe it is true. But if it happens to be true, because they are saying that they are going to APC because they believe that NNPP has problems and they can win election and not be declared because NNPP is in factions. Some group, some school of thought says that even if they win election, APC or Tinubu will not allow them to prevail. Let's take the two scenarios. There was an election in Kano 2 months ago, or 3 months ago. 2 constituencies. All the constituencies belong to APC. We won both. They took one. On which platform did those people contest? The APC the NNPP candidates. If you don't know, they contested on the platform of the NNPP Book and Academic Cup.
That is the Concourses faction.
There is no faction.
Well, we have the one with fruits.
Hamza, if you give me 2 hours to discuss that one, I can convince you.
Well, we might not necessarily go deep into that, but what we are saying is, why are they?
Why don't you allow me to land? So
okay, go ahead.
No. There was an election, Oshun. I mean, in is it Ekiti, Edo? Which NNPP that contested the election? It is our own genuine APC. I mean NNPP. Go to INEC server. Which NNPP that is there? Go to INEC server. Who are the leaders of NNPP? You see Dr. Ajuji Ahmed and Buba Galadima as National
Secretary,
Board of Trustees Secretary. If there is any faction, it means we will not be there on INEC server. We also know that 18 times those promoted by APC to take us to court, they took us to high courts 18 times. They go and do whatever they will do. They will fail. They will do whatever they want to do. They will fail. They are just siphoning federal government money from people. We know those who are promoting that. And they have so far taken over 3 billion from government of APC, or from APC, or from APC people.
To take NNPP to court.
To court. So that, and their intention is that even if they do not succeed, they disabuse your mind that APC, NNPP is a viable alternative.
Are you saying it is the APC that is causing the problems?
Of course. Well,
these are grievous allegations, talking about 3 billion.
I know. I don't want them to close Trust TV, so you have to.
Well, we believe in evidence. Over 3 billion.
Over.
They got from NNPP.
Because they are telling us from either APC people, or even directly from government causes or security vote.
Just to disorganize NNPP.
Yes.
Then why do you think chairman of local government in Kano?
So how much they cost spend to
assembly? Because this is really important.
Hansa,
okay. I'm really agitated because.
So what I'm telling you,
yes.
I'm talking about God now. I want to finish with God before we go to other issues. So, God that has made Abba governor.
It's easy to make case, but
they are saying that if they on NNPP platform, now they are saying that if they continue on NNPP platform, even if they win, they will not be declared, or the courts will take victory. Courts not there. When first, second, we lost at the apex court, Supreme Court, we won. Are they not there? So they are now migrating from the hand of God to the hands of Tinubu. If that is true, I wish them luck. It's between them and not between us and them.
Do you think they will do that at their own volition? Without the blessing of Abba?
I say
do you think they can do that without the blessing of Abba?
Who?
The legislators, chairman, party faithful in Kano moving to APC or endorsing this movement. Do you think?
Why don't you have patience as we do?
We know myself.
Yes.
No. Because our audience, they are actually agitated that this thing has continued
unabated more than we do.
Please give them the information.
No.
Why? Look, when the secretary to the state government said Abbas Ayadekapaka, he was sacked. Why can't the governor, rein in these officials, who many believe they are actually doing his harsher job, clearing the path for him.
I like your logic. You are helping to expose whatever is assumed to be happening. We have not started politicking.
I think we have started, engineer.
As far as NNPP is concerned, anybody can go, especially in Kano. And if there is a free and fair election, I want to assure you that we will win. That today, the sympathy for Konkoso, even his enemies, from the grapevine information we are and this thing we are getting, shows that his profile has rose to 99.9%.
Konkoso's profile.
Yes.
Okay, I will come to that, but I really want a clear answer from you. Why is the governor silent following the endorsement of legislators, some of his key aides, local government chairmen, that they have cleared the path for him to move to APC? Why is he silent?
Let's assume that he's the one that sent them to say so.
Okay.
Let's assume that one. Even if he's the one that sent them to say so, he's a human being. He goes through the social media. He knows the views expressed against him in the social media. So if he's having a retract,
yes, could that be the reason why he is retracing his steps?
I'm just speculating because I'm not sure that he did it.
But then,
in case,
you know, at certain time we saw, security operatives, tankers around the government house in preparation for his exit from the APC. I mean, allegedly.
So Hamza, it's okay.
NNPP, I mean, allegedly.
Just
yes.
Stop there. If it is true that he's the one that is trying to decamp,
yes,
and he thinks that it is a popular decision, why does he need the security there, including armored tanks? I'm asking.
So it means he is secured. Because this is a serious question, which Nigerians would like to.
If it is a popular decision, he doesn't need a single megad in government house because people should come and protect him and be hailing him.
So, because it is not popular decision, that is why he is dragging his feet.
We are all doing probabilities. Abba has not said he's going.
But we have seen the evidence.
Where is it?
The movement.
Can you show me where Abba is talking that's going to APC?
Engineer, it is there. The movement of all, even his spokespersons and all that, they have all gone back to their constituencies saying that it's time to move on.
He said his spokesperson. You mean
the chairman, members of the assembly.
Under the Nigerian constitution, his spokesmen, the local government chairman, and whosoever you want to refer to, are not free to express their political view.
We expect him to actually act if he is not in tandem with what they are doing.
You ask him this question.
We'll be looking for him. Help us to bring him.
No, ask him.
Okay, why is Konkoso sitting on the fence? Because we heard that shortly after election, the president invited him.
Correct.
Maybe to offer him ministerial appointment or something. We don't know. We are not privy. You mentioned it at the beginning of this conversation that he was in France also. What really happened? What happened that he is neither here nor there up till now?
You mean Konkoso has no party?
From all indication.
Have you sacked him from the NNPP?
They have sacked him.
Who?
Boniface and others.
Do they own it?
It was their party. You actually met them. You went to the southeast, you discussed with them, and then you agreed to work.
Correct.
How can you come and dislodge owners of the house? And then now
claim the obedience want to
ownership. So I'm trying to really know where is Konkoso? Where does he belong? I'm a journalist. I have
I say, are you a lawyer?
A fair understanding of the law.
Are you a lawyer?
A fair understanding. I'm a journalist, not really. I read mass communication. Not at all. I'm a journalist.
That is clown.
A journalist only reports
and asks critical questions. No, I'm not making any opinion. I'm asking questions you really want me to ask. Konkoso belong now.
Konkoso,
in terms of realignment,
is the leader of the NNPP. And it is not time for us to come out, because INEC has not yet declared that we are free to politic. And we are old horses that never die. We know exactly the game.
But what prompted him to actually assemble his followers in his house, where he made a lot of, statements which alluded to the fact that all thought well within the NNPP family in Kano?
Because of the speculations you are doing. And a lot of people are asking, what is happening? What is happening?
Meaning he also agrees with what people are speculating.
It's not that he agreed. That's why he called his supporters to reassure them that there is nothing like that. And if there is, we can respond. And you know that we can respond forcefully. And look, it's because new politicians, who don't understand politics, that make noise. If you are in the opposition, you don't start a marathon political race against the government. They will decimate you. They will cut you into pieces. They can finish with you. And when El-Rufai, let me mention name, started with SDP, I was one person that went to the BBC, Radio France, Radio Deutsche Welle, and print media and said he should come and learn politics. He is going nowhere. And all those that followed him, where are they now? There is a time for everything. What opposition does is to walk under the table.
Okay, what really happened between Tinubu and Konkoso? It was alleged that during the 2023 election, whether wittingly or unwittingly, the votes, that 1.1 million or whatever Konkoso got, was actually to the advantage of the president.
Listen to me now.
Okay, go ahead.
You don't know this. Why can't
I'm working on the figures we have. I'm working on the figures we have, engineer.
No, Konkoso got 1.4 something million.
Fair
that
enough.
Was allocated to him.
He got more.
Me, if you leave me, I would say he won the election.
The presidential election?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can.
Okay. Anyway, that is your belief?
No, yes. Now,
but
let me justify. Because our logo was not on the ballot paper. In fact, it was at 10 o'clock that we phoned the INEC that we are not seeing our logo. And they told us that the belated picture number so is your logo. So we started calling people to tell them.
Across the country.
In Kano, they cancelled the 700,000 Konkoso's votes.
Allegedly.
Not allegedly, it's in the tally.
Okay, people believe that the votes allocated to him actually helped Tinubu, because under normal circumstances, Atiku should get a large chunk of that, assuming Konkoso was not on the ballot.
Now, can you convince me that Atiku is a better politician than Konkoso?
I don't want to go into that.
No.
They are all politicians.
I say you started. What is Atiku's qualification?
Please tell us.
You are the one who mentioned his name.
Because I want us to make a fair analysis.
Konkoso is the best candidate among all those candidates that contested in 2023.
Nigerians believe that he helped Tinubu to win the 2023 election. Could that be correct?
Narrative now.
No, could that be correct?
Why not?
And that was why they met?
No.
Why did they meet then?
No.
Why?
No. Because Tinubu was suffering from the nostalgia of trust.
Please expatiate what you mean by that.
You don't think that Tinubu has a deficit of trust?
So he called Konkoso in order to build trust?
You don't know that 99% of Nigerians believe that he didn't win election? You don't know?
But why did Konkoso went close to him?
You don't know that now that the man is bringing all governors to him suggests that he's not sure that the votes you got to win before was correct?
I said, why did Konkoso went close to the president immediately after the 2023 election?
Konkoso is a Nigerian and a politician for that matter. If elections are over, politics should be buried and governance takes the lead. And if he is asked to come and work in a national government with the defined policies and objectives, why shouldn't he?
Have they offered that to him, or he wasn't satisfied when they offered the...
When yeah, you ask him that question. I wasn't in the meeting. Look.
Go ahead.
Look, let me tell you. They said Tinubu said he wanted to see Konkoso. We advised him to go. He said no. We said the president of the country, whether he is elected or forced on the country, he's the president of the country. He says, come, go and listen to him. And if you don't agree with what he said, tell him no.
What did what did they discuss at that time?
No, they didn't go. Which one?
I'm talking about the first one. The France, I'm talking about. Okay, this one. Let's concentrate on this one.
This one, they never met. He was never invited.
You mean there was no invitation upon all the euphoria in the media?
Unless he is just invited.
But if he is invited, will he go?
Why can't he go?
Okay, we heard that there is this permutation.
Are there no problems in this country? The problems of economy, the problems of banditry, insecurity, inflation.
He has solutions. Konkoso has solutions, problems. And you think if the president invites him, you will listen?
Did you read our manifesto?
Every other political party, the manifesto is almost the same. I scrutinize all of them.
Never.
They are the same, engineer. Okay, assuming he invites him, assuming the president invites him, and then he goes, and then said, I will pick you as my vice presidential, aspirant. Will he accept it?
First, I want you to answer one question before I tell you that. If the president now calls Kabiru, your chairman, and says, I want to see Hamza Idris, and Kabiru tells you that, would you go?
It depends. He might not even interfere, because they don't really interfere in what we do.
It's not interfering. I'm just saying, messenger. Not work here. So he has your address.
We have ground rules here, honestly. If the invitation is strictly based on our job, we will go. But if it is any other thing, I don't think if I will go. So engineer, okay, answer my own.
So your job is journalism.
I have been into it for over 2 decades.
So what's Konkoso's job?
Politics. So if the president now asks, okay, I will pick you as my vice presidential aspirant, do you think he will accept?
Did he ask that? Did he tell you he will ask that?
We are hearing something like that, that they are working along that line.
I don't know. Let him ask first.
But if he asks, will he accept?
How?
Since you said he has
to. So I see to the future. That is an abomination. That's
to ask this question.
No.
You know the permutations are ongoing.
No. For somebody to predict what is hidden, only God knows.
No. That is our work as journalists.
You are not doing a good job out of it.
How do you want us to approach it? Because all names are being mentioned.
If he has asked,
yes,
and then you ask me, I will tell you. If I'm Konkoso, I will reject it. Or if I'm Konkoso, I will take it.
So it can be either way.
Well, of course.
Some people believe that he's actually dragging his feet because he's actually waiting for this offer. Do you think it's true?
Which offer?
He wants to be vice president. Or a concrete promise that
to be president.
But for now.
In 2023, we were the best of all the candidates. And we have campaigned more than any presidential candidate.
That is in your estimation, engineer.
We visited 500 and something local governments. Tell me a candidate that visited 50 local governments in Nigeria.
I want to wrap up the program. No. Yes, you've seen the. Okay. What will happen? A in all of these things. The governor might, but if he moves, will he get the support? He will not get it. Very much. Engineer Buba Galadima, Secretary Board of Trustees, NNPP, for coming to the program. I wish we had 2 hours to continue, but we will invite you again. Thank you very much. And we also that's a wrap on today's edition of Daily Politics.
Is going to be
Friday for another interesting edition of the program. From this, good night.
2 cows to form a ticket. So it will be Atiku Obi and Tinubu Konkoso. Shantarabaka Santaraboboshita. Interested, Abi? Finger crossed. Yeah, this man I want to play.
Nigeria's Fourth Republic, what is working and what is not, is timely not because the Republic is young, but because it is old enough to be judged honestly against the expectations that gave it birth. So let me begin by framing the question. Nigeria's Fourth Republic is now in its 27th year. It represents the longest uninterrupted stretch of civilian rule since independence in 1960. That fact alone matters. We have conducted multiple elections, power between parties, sustained constitutional rule, and resisted the return of military governance despite insurgency, economic shocks, and a global panic. This endurance deserves recognition. It reflects the actions of politicians and institutions, but also the patience and the however, endurance is not the same progress. Stability is not the certainty, and elections alone do not equal good governance. The central question before us is this: has the Fourth Republic delivered security, justice, opportunity, and dignity to the majority of Nigerians? My short answer is this: it has delivered some gains, but it is failing in fundamental ways. I will therefore make 5 propositions. First, the Fourth Republic has recorded some real achievements. Second, it is democratic in form, but increasingly centralized on coercive in substance. Third, its failures are structural, not accidental. Fourth, the binding constraint is not democracy itself, but weak state capacity and poor leadership quality of political office holders. And fifth, unless these failures are addressed, public faith, especially among young Nigerians, will continue to erode with serious consequences for the survival of the Fourth Republic. So let me begin with what I think is working about this republic. Number 1, in my view, is civilian continuity. Since 1999, Nigeria has remained under civilian rule. Courts sit, legislatures function. Governments change through election and not coups. In an African context, this is no small achievement. Military rule has largely lost legitimacy as a solution to Nigeria's problem. This alone is progress. Number 2, federal pluralism. Nigeria remains a federation, strained, imperfect, but still plural. Some state governments matter. Governors remain powerful political actors. Subnational governments deliver most education and healthcare services and employ the majority of public servants in Nigeria. This pluralism has prevented complete political monopoly and allowed pockets of success in some states, even where the center fails. The third is political competition. Nigeria does not have a permanent ruling party, and that is an achievement compared to countries like Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and even our neighbor, Benin and Togo. The PDP governed for 16 years. The APC will not govern forever. It is likely that in 2027, the APC will be gone. Power, therefore, remains contestable. This distinguishes Nigeria from dominant party systems elsewhere on the continent, some of the countries that I've mentioned. However, and this is critical, competition has not yet matured into accountability and good governance. Elite circulation has outpaced institutional consolidation. Parties remain weak, personality-driven, and transactional. The fourth is selective economic and industrial gains. Nigeria has experienced episodic progress. There are years of growth driven by macroeconomic discipline and infrastructure investment. Nigeria became a net exporter of cement, thanks to Dangote and other cement manufacturers. The Dangote refinery positions us towards self-sufficiency in refined petroleum, petrochemicals, and fertilizer. Again, that is progress. These are not imaginary achievements. They demonstrate that democracy, when focused, can deliver, but they are uneven, fragile, and easily reversed. I will now go to what is not working. Now let us turn to clearly to what is clearly not working, and here a bit of candor is required. The first is we have governance without accountability. Nigeria has built the forms of accountability faster than in the substance. We conduct elections, create agencies, announce asset recoveries, but accountability by those governing remains selective and episodic. Corruption has become dangerous for some that are in opposition, negotiable for others that are sitting on the fence and want to move to the APC, and invisible for those aligned with power. APC members are never accused of corruption. This cost is not abstract. It appears in unpaid salaries, abandoned projects, decaying infrastructure, and widespread cynicism. When laws are enforced unevenly, deterrence collapses. And when deterrence collapses, trust evaporates. And this is what is happening in Nigeria today. The second thing that is not working is what I call centralization without capacity. Nigeria operates one of the most centralized fiscal systems among federations, yet expects states and local governments to deliver most frontline and critical services like primary education and healthcare. Authority, responsibility, and funding are badly misaligned. This is not an accident. It is a design flaw, one that contradicts the 19th consensus for a loose federation with strong limited center that our founding fathers agreed in the UK. Since 1960, governments, military and civilian, have encouraged unitary federalism. Looks down for excuses. Responsibility the social Nigeria's banditry, kidnappings, and criminal violence, millions stated livelihood. Despite rising, the state's monopoly of force has weakened. When citizens are compelled to organize their own protection, that is not resilience. It is a vote of no confidence in the Nigerian state. No republic can endure when security becomes a private commodity available only to those who can afford it. The fourth area that is not working is economic hardship and inequality. Nigeria may record GDP growth, and you will hear today from the government representative talking about over 4% projected GDP growth for 2026. But the lived reality is harsh and different from this rosy picture. Poverty remains widespread. Inflation, especially food inflation, has destroyed purchasing power. Policy shocks have accumulated without buffers. What distinguishes Nigeria is not hardship alone, but hardship without accountability, where citizens absorb every shock, while public officials and political office holders live extravagantly and with impunity. This breeds anger, and anger, when combined with frustration and hopelessness, is politically dangerous. The fifth area where things aren't working is law, justice, and democratic erosion. The law should protect citizens, not terrify them. Yet, we have seen in Nigeria prolonged detention, selective prosecution, and investigative fishing expeditions that have weakened confidence in the justice system. When law enforcement is weaponized against political competitors, democracy erodes quietly but steadily, and this is what we've seen happening in our country today. The courts remain the last refuge of anyone that feels persecuted. But when justice is doubted, when judges are compromised, the republic itself is weakened. What must change and must stop, I will go into now. If the Fourth Republic is to move beyond mere survival, it must now be judged by outcomes, not longevity. Nigeria must shift from consumption to production, from centralization of power to true federalism, where devolution of power goes to the states and local governments, and from power without responsibility to authority matched with accountability. Specifically, Nigeria must end borrowing for recurrent expenditure and prioritize food security. We must reform the constitution and allow state and community policing. We must devolve resource control and economic authority to the states. For instance, mining and minerals should be devolved to the states because the states control land, among other things. We must also strengthen our institutions through judicial reform and ensure that we have credible elections through an truly independent electoral commission. We must invest seriously in health and education at the lowest levels. And finally, we must restore ethical and competent governance for our politics to have meaning. But reform is not only about what must change, it is also about what must stop. We must stop the weaponization of security agencies, law enforcement, regulatory institutions, and the justice system for regime protection rather than for democratic preservation. Selective enforcement of laws must end. Arrests without evidence must end. Detention before investigation must end. Governing by intimidation rather than institutions must end. So let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen, with this. Nigeria's Fourth Republic has bought us time, but time alone is not legacy. We have the architecture of democracy, but its foundation is cracking under the weight of insecurity, exclusion, and widespread economic hardship. History teaches us a hard lesson that when reform is postponed indefinitely, as we are seeing in Nigeria today, rupture and collapse eventually arrive. The choice before us as politicians is not stability, but reform. It is reform now or instability sooner or later. Nigerians are not lacking intelligence, patriotism, or resilience, so let us not blame Nigerians for the current state of affairs. What Nigerians lack is accountability, from those entrusted with power. And as opposition, we are not enemies of the state. We are the conscience of the people. We seek reform, renewal, and a democracy that delivers, not one that survives by coercion and selective persecution. I invite all those who wish Nigeria well to join us in restoring hope, dignity, and progress through reform, good progress, and societal consolidation, not repression, not selective persecution. Thank you very much. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I hope to take your questions during the question and answer session.
Nope. You lied. Everything you said, I agree. But the most important one you omitted. Weaponization of tribes and religion. You know, say that one will disqualify you, right? Good. So that is at the center of everything. All these resources going back to the state, to all this, every grammar that he spoke is brouhaha, nonsense. Without the one that keep putting us with the weaponization of religion and tribe. That's where he lost. The omission of that says a lot. Because until that, we ain't gonna make no progress. Nothing is gonna happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have done well for today. Not for today, for now, I think. And we should come back later. I believe we will continue with dialogue, democracy dialogue. We will see what are the dialogue. Everywhere in a dialogue.
Your Royal Highness, a special guest of honor, Kábíyèsí Olúbàdàn of Ìbàdàn, Ọba Rashidi Ládọjà, Kábíyèsí o, the Emir of Jiwa, Balogun's chairman of the APC here, distinguished members of the National Assembly, I particularly recognize you, former governors, former chairman of members of the National Assembly, in particular, let me recognize Honorable Ukeje Nena, let me recognize former minister, in particular, me also as you. It gives me great pleasure to be here this morning. The 23rd annual policy makers, past and present. This privilege of the occasion and giving to the very soon for public. Gas conveyed by credible media institutions are indispensable to the health of any democracy. They compel reflection, encourage accountability, and demand honesty. In societies that make progress, the media does not simply report history, it interrogates it. Today I speak not as a partisan actor, but as a citizen who has had the privilege of serving this country at the highest levels at the executive and legislative arms of government, at state and national level respectively. And as one who remains deeply invested in the future of our democracy,
I have seen our democracy tested, strained, and sometimes bent, but not broken. Our focus is on the trajectory of Nigeria's fourth republic. We must ask, with candor and courage, what is working, what is failing, and what must change? This question isn't just timely, it is profound. Initially, I must admit and be honest, I was reluctant to accept to chair this occasion, not because the subject matter was not appropriate or germane, but more because of how close we are to an election year, and whether truly we are prepared at this point to make it a productive discussion as against a platform to push our respective political agendas. For us to make a meaningful session this morning in chairing this occasion, in recognition of the appreciation of the organizers who are commendable, we must commend for this effort. Our respectable leaders, starting with one of us, Agabesi, who's been a governor, a senator, and who's been through all the tests most any politician will go through in this country. I will propose an appeal that we do not see this event as a campaign platform, be for the speakers nor the participants. It is not a time to just speak from our political device. Let us all drop our political gowns this morning. Because present here are leaders from all parts of the country, north and south, east and west, who have played one way or the other significant roles in this country, and who are still playing active roles. Let us discuss as patriotic Nigerians, all with a common goal to make our beloved country great. Our discussion should be about the message, not the messenger today. Let us focus on the message and not who is speaking. As difficult and daunting as it is in the current political climate, today, to make this discussion and take us, begin to play. There are things that are worked, and accepting does not mean that you are in support of the present government. And at the same time, there are things that are not working, and we should be able to have the courage and conviction as well to say so. And in making such criticism as well does not mean you have me of the present government or institutions, because this journey did not start today or now. I am encouraged with the quality of leaders present and this to address the topic. The speakers are here are individuals who you may not like their politics or you may not like their style, but you cannot deny their capacity and their ability to contribute to nation building. That have excelled have done that through deliberate and intentional acts like this, with a focus and a plan on correct those things required and necessary to make democracy to the speakers and the panelists. But I must say, having endured years with a peaceful power change across political parties is an achievement of note. An environment where there's freedom of speech, media, openly criticism of government, vibrant civil society, social media, and courts that at times have restrained excesses of the executive. Surely we must accept that we have done well to a certain extent in this country. And when you now add on top of that an economy that's expanded from the 59 billion in 1999 to over 243 billion now, and one of the largest in Africa, I think we should also be fair to ourselves that we are not doing too badly. But despite this, some who argue unity, unity without quality. I'm sure our panelists who are here will contribute on that discussion. So as we discuss what is not working, which I'm sure our speakers will go into detail, I would like us to consider what would make us move from success in what I call success in survival as sustaining democracy, addressing our failure not to have used democracy to bring about transformation that will make Nigerian people better and will work better for the ordinary citizens. Personally, I want to just highlight on that I would like our speakers, as they discuss, and our panelists, issues that I think sit on top of the general issues of infrastructure, health, education. 4 issues to me which I think are germane that we must begin to look in as society is 1, judicial independence and quick dispensation of justice. We are a society that there are consequences for bad behavior and non-adherence to the rule. We're a society that wins the issue of morality and values of a society. And of course, the issue of the fight against corruption and the establishment of credible elections. I hope our speakers and contributors will let us have their thoughts on this, because I believe that the journey has to address some of these larger issues. So that finally history will not judge us, not just by how long did the Fourth Republic survive, no, but how well it served the Nigerian people and shaped democracy. It's written. I hope when history is written, a brand in January 2026 in Abuja, as one of those days we put together a plan. At this note, ladies and gentlemen, again, I welcome you all for a useful and fruitful discussion. Thank you so much.
All right, for that. That was quite enlightening. Now, moving on, it is my pleasure to invite our special guest of honor, a respected traditional ruler and former governor. Ladies and gentlemen, His Imperial Majesty Oba Rashidi Adeolu Ladoja, the Olubadan of Ibadan land. You're highly welcome, Your Imperial Majesty.
Mr. Chairman, let me stand on the existing protocol as well established by the chairman. Well done. It is my pleasure to be here today. In fact, I think it was an honor done to me to have been invited to this occasion. And let me say that I'm delighted that the Daily Trust Media Limited has sustained this dialogue over the past 23 years. We don't have the history of enduring dialogues like this. Something must have happened somewhere, and it is truncated. This dialogue makes it a catalyst for promoting national and continental integration. Over the years, the same dialogue has stimulated critical discussions over the years. The series of dialogue has stimulated critical discussions among Nigerians and others on sustainable socio-political and economic developments, both to our dear country, Nigeria, and the African continent at large. These discussions have attracted a diverse range of personalities, including actors in and out of government, former presidents and SFCs, members of the diplomatic corps, and captains of industry, among others. Once again, I commend the organizers for the commitment. This year's theme, Nigeria's Fourth Republic, what is working and what is not, is particularly timely because we are now seeing that after 26 years of continuous democracy, not all things are what we planned them to be. Most of us here had dreams, particularly those people that are going to anchor the discussion today. The question we ask them is, are your dreams being realized? Is this will be? Well, that is the reason why you are here. Luckily, all of you are experienced. Nena, my brother, or my brothers, Nasir El-Rufai, Sunday Dare, you have been participants in shaping the course of this country. And I'm sure that you had dreams. The question now is, are these dreams being realized? Is this where we want to be? The chairman has already told us that that all of you should cast away your toga of politics. Luckily, I'm not a politician. I left being a politician on the 26th of September, 2025. And I have a good witness. Mr. President was there. So let me just remind the people that are going to do justice of some of the ideas of what is working and what isn't. We have had 26 years now of uninterrupted democracy. Those of us who are born before the independence and who are not youths, who are not young people at that time, those of us then knew what we were expecting from independence. we saw Nigeria was going. And still, this is still Nigeria that we said we are doing experiments. Of course, most of these experiments have been frustrated one way or the other. But now we have had 26 years of interrupted democratic dispensation. And I hope that we will continue forever. One of the most significant achievements of the Fourth Republic of 26 years of continuous civilian government, a milestone none of the previous republics attained. This has fostered greater democratic political stability compared to the era of military coups, of course, not without some hiccups. I can remember the doctrine of necessity. We have been able to find solutions even outside our constitution, and that is what led to the doctrine of necessity some time ago. Of a possible from one government. A situation whereby election is lost by a president and the vote we have seen other nations where that. So we must thank God that we have been able to go from one government to another peacefully, from one party to another peacefully. We have learned from that exercise that Nigeria is bigger than all of us. We've had expanded political freedom. What do I mean by that? We can move from one party to another without problem. Of course, it's still not perfect. What I mean by not perfect is that maybe I would have wanted to contest as a non-partisan politician. But the Constitution did not permit me. So that's why I had to look for solace instead of contesting as an independent candidate. That's one of the things that we have to, that you should please try to tell us how you can go about it. Because I was forced to go to accord when I was not welcome again in the PDP. So, and that was part of the hiccups that we have. But I think now we have already overcome that one. We now have increase in political participation. Women and youths are now there. The last election showed clearly the force of the youths. After the NSAS issue, then came the election, and they now mobilized again and said, this is what we want. So we are making progress in that time. So, and women, I don't think that they need any reason to ask for special consideration because they are strong enough to compete. They are strong enough to compete. Nena is here. If she wanted to continue in the House, she would have continued forever. But she decided to retire for now. I don't know whether the next stage will be to go to the upper chamber, where I'm sure that she will be welcome. That he decided not to join politics. He remains a good politician. El-Rufai, my dear friend, is a colossus when it comes to politics. So, and in spite of all those, the youths still made sure that their voices were heard very loud in the last election. We have been able to strengthen the democratic institutions. But I don't know whether we have done enough, whether we can, in all conscience, say that Nigeria electoral system meets our expectation. That's for you people to tell us, because it's really whereby 80 to 90% of electoral results are questioned in courts, and courts have become the place where winners are made. Doesn't seem to be the norm in other countries, in other democracies. Please, let us find a way to make sure that our votes count, and the choice of the people, irrespective of who they are, must be the one that takes you to power, not the courts of law, because we have made our courts to be under severe strain, and in some cases they are even losing their credibility because people don't agree with their judgments. So please, that's part of what we should please enlighten us on. The chairman told us about how far we have gone economically. We are the largest economy in Africa now. That translated into good life for all Nigerians. Can all Nigerians get good medical care? Can all Nigerians eat enough to their hunger? Do we have water in our homes? Are roads safe? These are part of the things that go with the economy of the countries. So we are not where we are. What should we do? What should we do? And that is what, those are part of those things we believe are working. Now, those things that are not working, insecurity. Our foreign minister in Davos was pleading with the investors that what we have in Nigeria is not generalized insecurity, but scattered insecurities. Well, I agree with him. As long as we have not yet had an insurrection, it's still scattered. But it is lasting too long. It's lasting too long. Nobody feels safe because you don't know where the next attack, you don't know from where the next attack will come. who will be attacking us. I don't agree that it is a religious issue. It is not. But some perpetrators are making it look so for their own benefit. So please, insecurity is part of what we, whether you call it anything you like, call it banditry, call it kidnapping, anything that is associated with insecurity is something that you cannot afford in Nigeria that is growing. Corruption and weak institutions. We like to fight corruption. But at times, those of us who are charged with fighting this corruption want to take our own part of it. And also, the impression that is being created at times is that in fighting corruption, we make exceptions. Are we really making exceptions? If you change from this party to that party, does that make you become a saint from a devil? So, our institutions, ICPC, police, EFCC, DSS, are they strong enough to hold up to their oath of office? Because I believe that even though you are employed by the president, you are nominated, you are employed by the president, but as long as you take the oath of office, you are now left with your conscience and your God. You should therefore discharge your responsibilities to the best of your ability. The panelists, you have to also talk to us about socio-economic challenges. Anybody that is sick, can he get good treatment in the hospitals? Can he afford it if the hospitals are there? Because a situation whereby we elites run abroad. We have been told that El-Rufai missed his flight in Egypt because he had a problem. Should that happen? Will that happen to an Egyptian? Will it happen to an American? So please, try to see how we can correct that one. The school. Those of us who are not too young knew that in those days, 80% of us were from the poor family. But we had education. We had committed teachers. We had government that make education priority. Now we have a lot of out-of-school children. Should that happen in Nigeria of today? Can't we guarantee education to all our children? So should we allow it to happen? So please, look at that one also. I've talked about the election, and I talked about it under the weak institutions. Of course, we know that we have to continue to amend our laws until it starts serving our need. So the National Assembly, the state assemblies, even the local government can make laws because they have bylaws they can make. which will make it possible for us to live well. Rule of law. Rule of law. Political party weaknesses. These are issues that affect all of us. When you cannot guarantee that, in fact, I talked to some lawyers and they said we cannot guarantee that this is what the law says. Because the interpretation today may be different from the interpretation tomorrow. And that affects the rule of law. We have had people that were accidentally killed by law enforcement agents. Law enforcement agents are complaining that the bandits and so are better equipped than them. So we must look at those issues that we make Nigeria of our dream. So let me conclude that while the framework for a beneficial democratic system exists in the Fourth Republic, as we have seen, we have had 26 years of unbroken democracy or democratic rule, which is the same thing as civil rule. The full potential of the Fourth Republic remains largely unrealized for many citizens due to persistent governance, economic, and security issues. So I want to hand over to the three speakers, the anchor of this program, to please try to find answers to some of these questions. I thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give the Oba an even bigger round of applause? Spoken with a lot of conviction, coming from his wisdom in service, while providing us with a lot of historical context laced with experience and knowledge. To be honest, not many would willingly retire from Nigerian politics, especially when they still have some currency to spend. It's good to know that there are still a lot of people in the political space with a lot of conviction to actually say no, even when they are being highly sought after. The Oba has made quite a good number of points, tasking the panel to help answer some of the questions that he has raised around quality of life, systemic gaps, and a variety of other issues. And I do hope that we have enough time to digest some of these points that have been raised. I'd like to take a quick time to acknowledge the attendance of Alhaji Aliyu Akoshile, shareholder and former Associate Director, Business and Strategy at Media Trust Group. Thank you so much for coming, sir. Mr. Osita Ukechukwu, a public relations consultant, a friend of the house, is here with us this afternoon. I'd like to also acknowledge Professor Tunde Adeniran, former Minister of Education and Nigeria's ambassador to the Federal Republic of Germany. Also like to acknowledge a good friend of the House, someone who's well-versed in Nigerian politics, policy and governance, Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed. Thank you also for joining us this afternoon. His Excellency, Mr. Hussein Masood, Algerian Ambassador to Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining us. I don't know where Mr. Ambassador Masood is. Can you please stand to be acknowledged? Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. All right, before we proceed with the recognitions, we have to make haste because if you do check our program of event, we are running behind schedule. So I would like to call on our first guest speaker to deliver his presentation. I will call on all our, especially the two that are here live with us today, to try as much as they can to keep to time so that we can cover and touch base with all the issues that need to be discussed. So, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, His Imperial Majesty, Your Royal Highness, please turn your attention to the screen as we introduce you to our first guest speaker.
Sunday Akindare is a journalist turned public servant, known for bridging media, policy, and youth development. Trained in international studies and diplomacy with fellowships at NYU, Harvard, and Oxford, Dare built his early career in hard journalism. Sunday Akindare is a journalist turned public servant, known for bridging media, policy, and youth development. Trained in international studies and diplomacy with fellowships at NYU, Harvard, and Oxford, Dare built his early career in hard journalism. From the news and tempo magazines to leading the Hausa service at the Voice of America in Washington, D.C., he later moved into public policy, serving in strategic media and communication roles at the federal level, including work that shaped Nigeria's broadcast and telecom space. As the Executive Commissioner at the Nigeria Communications Commission, he managed stakeholder relations at a time of major sector reforms. From 2019 to 2023, he served as Nigeria's Minister of Youth and Sports, where his focus stayed firmly on youth capacity. Under his watch, hundreds of thousands of young Nigerians received digital skills training, youth funding expanded, NYC allowances increased, and national youth programs scaled up. Known for his calm delivery and policy depth, Sunday Dare brings a media mind to governance and a development lens to leadership. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sunday Akindare.
Good morning, everyone. I get this all the time. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much. It's a bright morning, January morning, and it's a great honor to be here, and of course to listen to the speakers that have come forth to speak. I'll be very short on my protocols, but let me just quickly recognize the former President of the Nigerian Senate, my Egbon, Dr. Saraki. It's a pleasure to see you always. Let me recognize the chairman of our party, my party, the APC, the ruling party, Professor. Good morning. Let me also recognize my Oban Kabesi, Kabesio, Kadipelori, Kibata Pelese, Irukerioba, okay, Niamalo. Let me also just recognize other dignitaries, the Emir, Assalamu alaikum. I must also recognize my distinguished senators from Oyo State, Senator Abdul Fattah Buhari, and Senator Sarafuddin from Oyo State. I plead that I recognize everyone else present here, especially my co-speakers, Honorable Inena and Malam El-Rufai, wherever you're watching from. I think the topic for today has received a level of interrogation already. And I want to thank the Daily Trust Board and Management for picking such a very important topic at such a critical time of our development as a country, especially our democratic journey. I'm also happy that beyond just presenting our paper this morning, we'll have an interactive session on the panel discussion and, of course, the questions and answers that will come forth. In Nigeria and elsewhere, democratic governance is best understood not as a straight line or some mathematical progression, but as a learning curve, a non-linear process shaped by all things that lend to govern human affairs and human nature itself. It is a complex, multifaceted process marked by innovation, ideas, and inclusion, but also confronted by interruption, imperfection, information, and implementation. And the reality, of course, of too many competing and just demands contending for little resources. Governance is not only setting an agenda, but it entails a dynamic reassessment and reprioritizing of that agenda as events unfold. And often, the telling events are not of your own making and choosing, but respond to them and respect their impact. You must. Any democratic government must thus reflect not only the political climate of its time, but also the economic The First Republic was intensely regional, tribal, and ethnically charged. Politics was more dependent on identity than ideology. The electoral competition became so hyper-competitive that it distorted into an existential and conflictual exercise. Instead of molding us together, the politics of the day was governed more by centrifugal forces. In sad irony, nationalists who fought together against unapologetic and regional. Some of our, such as the riots of 19 posed to manage inclusion, representation, and grievance. Alongside these tensions was a growing sense of Igbo disenchantment, which we cannot run away from. That's to national commerce and mobility across the Federation. The center could not hold in because the central government sought to hold too much. The collapse of political alliances and elections, and perception addressed. Losing power came to be seen not as an inherent circle in a democratic process, but as a permanent confinement to the political wilderness. And some of our politicians resisted this. It seems to be about governance for survival. So we move from disenchantment to strife, and of course, the Civil War. The coups and counter-coups of 1966 did not create ethnic fear. They were caused by such fears, and they amplified it. Democratic arbitration failed. So what followed thereafter? A bitter war that was fought for 3 years plus. It was the tragic consequence of a state of fairness, security, and belonging. In 1970, the declaration of victor, no vanquished. The then General Gawan. Way. All the undemocratic flaws of political culture. We forged ahead as a country and as a nation. It was over, yet the invisible wounds to our collective psyche were not fully treated. So what happened? Post-war reintegration. While the war ended militarily, its lingering political and psychological consequences have been consequential. Policies such as uniform compensation for lost savings, abandoned property, and uneven reintegration into the power structure, the national power structure, left enduring scars. Over time, exclusion no longer expresses itself through secession, but through disengagement, mistrust, alienation from the federal center. These unresolved grievances became quite fault lines in Nigeria's political development, resurfacing periodically in political discourse and national debates. So the years of oil boom came, and at the same time the seed line. Nigerian challenges were not only political, they were also economic and structural. The oil boom of 1970s brought forth southern wealth unchecked by institutional discipline. Easy oil revenues weakened fiscal responsibility, encouraged rent-seeking, and disconnected governance from productivity. The state became the primary dispenser of wealth rather than the enabler of creative, job-oriented enterprise. Corruption deepened, inflationary pressures emerged. Import dependency increased. And of course, by the early 1980s, Nigeria was already living beyond its productive capacity. And I'm sure so many of us can connect with this. Economic legitimacy began to erode alongside political legitimacy. Of course, the Second and the Third Republics, period of economic stress and political collapse, no doubt. The Second Republic, 1979 to 1983, and you will notice deliberately I've left out the names of the dramatis personae. And that's because we want to just focus on the substance. That period inherited a fragile oil-dependent economy, while blatant ethnic politics initially declined under the glaring influence of 13 years of military rule, because they were tempered by the military interregnum that occurred. We saw an attempt to run a proper country. But then material politics dominated. Fiscal discipline weakened. Inflation rose. External debt mounted. Politics reverted to party over nation. And on December 31, 1983, the military intervened again. Not merely because of politics, but because the economy was failing. When you refer to the cool speeches of the late General Muhammadu Buhari, you can connect. Under military rule, economic distortion deepened as the years went by. Multiple exchange rate systems, access replaced productivity. Abacha's multiple foreign windows entrenched rent extraction. A minority in our country, a minority tribe grew wealthy. The rest of the people watched. Opportunity packed its bag and left elsewhere. By late 1990s, the Nigerian economy was economically exhausted. Now, the Fourth Republic, 1999 to date. Democracy under economic pressure. The Fourth Republic was born into economic fragility. The early 2000s saw militancy in the Niger Delta, driven by resource control grievances, disrupting oil production and national revenue. Although militancy was eventually quelled through political engagement and amnesty, new security economic shocks emerged. Then we had the rise of Boko Haram, insecurity, that spread in various forms, banditry, devastating economic activity across large swaths of northern Nigeria, disrupting agriculture, trade routes, education, and investment. By the early 2020s, insecurity had become a microeconomic issue, not merely a security concern. As a nation of 220 million people, with a birth rate among the world's highest, Nigeria is still confronted with these challenges. We continue to function under an economic model that barely functioned when our population was half its current size. And recall, within just less than 25 years, Nigeria's population doubled from 120 million to 220 million. But did the state expand in its capacities, governance? No, we did not expand at the same pace with the population growth we had. Hence where we are today. So, still on the Fourth Republic, by the time President Bola Ahmed Tinubu assumed office in 2023, Nigeria faced severe inflation, forex market distortion, declining productivity, rising debt, weakened investor confidence, and widespread economic hardship. Nigeria's economy was marked by inertia, some level of incoherence, by consumption, not productivity, and of course, the fuel subsidy that bled the nation. All of that story is well told. The ways and means, 30 trillion ways and means, the level of financial recklessness at unprecedented, inflation at 36.46%, So President Tinubu had his job cut out from the very first day. So this brings us to the crux. What is working in the Fourth Republic? And I dare say I will just touch on a few, because I know the other speakers will also take on some of these issues. In assessing what is working in the Fourth Republic, we must measure democratic gains, not sentiment. The Fourth Republic's achievements must be assessed through institutional and performance indicators, not rhetoric. First, civilian supremacy and democratic longevity, and uninterrupted years of civilian rule. For those that were alive and were active participants in the military, the era of military dictatorship, from Babangida to Abacha to Abdusalami Abubakar, you will know that being under democratic rule is far better than being under military rule. So 26 years, that is working. Civilian supremacy is also working. Important. Electoral and judicial institutionalization. Since 1999, over 80% of major electoral disputes have been resolved through the courts rather than extra constitutional means. And Kabisi, you are a living testimony. An elected president shoved you out of office. You went to the courts put you back in office. We remember that very well. It was a watershed. INEC has evolved technologically and procedurally, while courts now routinely overturn executive and legislative process. We've had the expansion of civil space, and we've had people speak about that. Voters register increased, civil society robust. We've also had media and accountability pressure. Nigeria ranks amongst Africa's top countries in media reach. Continuous scrutiny has imposed reputational and political cost on failure. That is to say, the feet of those in power is being held to the fire to be accountable. And this has halted elite behavior in ways earlier republics never experienced. Welcome to the era and the regime of the social media as watchdogs. We've seen policy continuity. For the first time in the Fourth Republic, we've seen efforts at policy continuity, budget continuity, and so many others. So what is not working? The public trust, that barometer, there's a gap. Afro barometer surveys show fewer than 35% of Nigerians consistently trust the federal government, and trust in political parties often falls below 25%. This deficit is experiential, rooted in lived economic hardships, and we need to do a better job in making sure all Nigerians feel and trust the government that serves them. Subnational governance failure. Over 60% of states spend more than 70% of revenues on recurrent expenditures, in spite of increase in revenue that goes to them. Economic stress. Inflation peaked over the last 30 years, not just in the last 3 years. In the last 20 years, we have seen a steady increase of inflation. Youth unemployment and underemployment exceeding 40% at various points in the Fourth Republic. Democracy weakens when livelihoods collapse. And by late 2025, thankfully, signs of recovery became visible. But we must accelerate and deepen the economic recovery of our country. The issue of security is a 10-pound gorilla in the room for all the presidents that have ruled this country in the Fourth Republic. Insurgency, kidnapping, banditry, displacement of farmers, etc. Of course, we're seeing recent security measures helping to curb insecurity. Then we have weak national cohesion. I move to the last part. Nigeria's Fourth Republic again, under President Tinubu, the audacity of Tinubu. And I said it, we've had President Obasanjo, we've had President Yaradua, we've had President Jonathan, we've had President Muhammadu Buhari, and then right now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Each of these presidents will fall on his own sword on the basis of his performance. The person we have now in situ is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who did not inherit a neutral economy. In fact, he did not inherit a perfect economy. He inherited a structurally unjust system marked by elite currency arbitrage, subsidy capture, and fiscal indiscipline. He dared to pull the trigger on the subsidy on oil and subsidy on forex. He unleashed a regime of reforms in several sectors of the economy. By unifying the exchange rate, removing fuel subsidies, and restoring fiscal discipline, President Tinubu corrected not just economic distortions, but democratic ones. So, what are the signs of recovery we're seeing in the Fourth Republic under this president? They are writ large. Inflation, 9 months of consecutive drop of inflation, now at 15%. GDP growth, the latest, from the World Bank 3 days ago, from 4.1 to 4.4. 6.1 billion non-oil trade surplus, shows reduced import dependence and improved competitiveness. External reserves, now at 43 billion. Nigeria's removal from FATF restored institutional credibility. Currency arbitrage gone. We're seeing fiscal transparency. Balance of trade is now about 18 billion. Balance of payments now stands about 8 billion. Ways and means has been securitized. Subsidy removal, we've saved 10 to 15 billion annually. Our rating from S&P and Moody stable. Clear lesson. Soldiers entered politics when civilian leadership failed politically and economically. The Fourth Republic has endured because it is learning, sometimes painfully, to correct itself from within. Reform is not anti-democratic. Reform is democracy's insurance policy. Under this administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, unity is being pursued through systemic reforms and corrections by restoring fairness and rebuilding economic credibility. And this unity is not an event, it is a continuous policy choice. Nigeria's future depends on leadership willing to reform systems, confront historical grievances, honesty, and build a democracy that works, not for some, but for all Nigerians. So what is the verdict on Nigeria's Fourth Republic? From former President Obasanjo to Yar'Adua to Goodluck Jonathan to late President Muhammadu Buhari, Nigeria has witnessed incremental efforts at nation building. But note this, like I said earlier, every leader falls on his own sword or performance. Therefore, Nigeria in the Fourth Republic is on a firm path of recovery. Under the watch of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigeria is witnessing economic renewal due to a robust microeconomic sequencing by the president. There are commitment and, of course, purpose. Nigeria is addressing some of its developmental demons, though too much politicking seems to foul the air and distract. This government is focused on delivering good governance. These challenges, sacrifices, mistakes, and bumps. And that is why this morning I urge all Nigerians to join hands with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in this Fourth Republic to make a greater Nigeria a possibility. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunday Dare. Can we do better with a round of applause? Thank you. Some would say, or maybe I should just say, I would say, historically analytical, contemporarily pro-APC, and I think it is to be expected. Let's meet our next guest speaker, the woman who would soften the blow and maybe not. Please, your attention, your excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet our next speaker.
Honorable Nnenna Ijoma Elendu Ukeje is a seasoned legislator and one of the most experienced female voices to emerge from Nigeria's Fourth Republic. Elected in 2007 to represent Bende Federal Constituency in Abia State, she served 3 consecutive terms in the House of Representatives, earning re-election in 2011 and again in 2015. She chaired the House Committee on Foreign Affairs twice, a rare distinction that placed her at the center of Nigeria's parliamentary diplomacy and international engagement. Before politics, she built a career in the private sector, bringing management discipline into public service. Her background reflects public duty, daughter of a former Air Force pilot and a retired Chief Judge of the Federal High Court. In Parliament, Ukeje became a strong advocate for affirmative action and gender parity, often working under pressure in a male-dominated space. She contributed to key legislation on minimum wage, financial intelligence, asset forfeiture, anti-money laundering, disability rights, and non-discrimination. Direct, resilient, and policy-driven, Nnenna Elendu Ukeje represents experience, legislative depth, and quiet determination. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, your guest speaker, Honorable Nnenna Elendu Ukeje.
Politician. And when they were asked why, they said because they make a lot of noise and don't work very well. After 3 decades of military interventions and dominance, the convergence of anti-military forces, pro-democracy civil society organizations, determined Nigerian citizens, and international pressure groups would ensure that the dream of a democratic Nigeria was actualized to great hope and expectations of newfound freedoms and all the celebrated gains of self. This achievement was probably the most consequent experience of the global South. A period of great global power peace gave rise to the growth of globalism and multilateralism, which fostered cooperation and strengthened the Anglo-American consensus of Nigeria would be of that new world order. over 2 decades, the world has witnessed a stealth period of democratic recession, which to many was almost imperceptible. Democratic principles were slightly being remodified to the way a critical re-examination is required as the underpinnings of our views on democratic institutions, rules, and ethos are being redefined most disruptively. The thought-provoking speech of Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, at the World Economic Forum in Davos recently, was the big bang that seems to have shaken us all out of our reverie and caused us to seriously interrogate what we knew democracy to be, as well as to honestly assess our preparedness for the emerging new world order. Ladies and gentlemen, management and board of Daily Trust, I'm truly honored to be a part of the assemblage of eminent individuals invited to interrogate the health of our democratic experiment. I shall speak to the growing gaps between politics and governance today, which has become the defining challenge to Nigeria's Fourth Republic. Remaining optimistic, I shall try to challenge the doomsday quote by John Quincy Adams, the second president of the United States, which says, "Democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself." John F. Kennedy, president of the United States, and I quote, "Democracy is never a final achievement. It's a call to untiring effort." We are confronted with questionable electoral integrity, the proliferation of democracies and constitutional overreach, the African sub-region, the increasing incidence and popularity of military coups, as well as the security stability of non-democratic countries such as China, Singapore, and the UAE increase our quandary. The superior qualities of democracy are under scrutiny. Will our tiring efforts in Nigeria, according to JFK, challenge the death prophecy, according to John Adams? Statistics from the Institute of Democracy and Electoral Assistance state that globally, 58% of adults are dissatisfied with democracy. In Nigeria, a significant and growing number, over 70%, are dissatisfied with how democracy actually functions in the country, seeing it as flawed or poorly implemented, and many believing elections don't reflect views or remove bad leaders. Yes, Nigerians vote, but accountability remains weak. Institutions are not rules-based, public confidence in leadership is declining, and voter turnout has steadily dropped, reflecting growing political disillusionment. Voter turnout in Nigeria's presidential elections have declined sharply over recent years, from 52% in 1999 to 46% in 2015, and then 35% in 2019 to a dismal 26.7% in 2023, reflecting continued disengagement from the electoral process. Now on to good news. Access to quality education, house care, housing and social protection remains uneven. Nigeria has one of the highest numbers of out-of-school children globally, 18 million. Health indicates behind peer countries, social often react to crisis than preventing them. Nigeria is strong, energetic, and ambitious, yet grossly underutilized. When human potential is wasted, democratic hope weakens, brain drain and limited opportunities threaten long-term productivity. However, for the Fourth Republic, as highlighted by the speaker before me, it's not all gloom and doom. There are some highlights. With the GSM and ICT, the democratization of a new avenues for new wealth creation, our democracy has become more accountable by expanding citizens' opportunities to freedom, expression, and association. Mobilization and organization for citizens' engagement to oppressive government policies became more effective. Citizen advocacy allowed and projected. Economically, digital have brought immense value to the Nigerian economy, creating millions of jobs, exporting Nigeria's culture globally, and providing new avenues for socioeconomic expression. The creative industry in Nigeria's Fourth Republic, film, art, food, has grown from a largely informal sector to the country's second largest employer after agriculture. Nigeria's fashion and literary arts have contributed approximately 1.73 billion to the Nigerian economy. Everybody has spoken about an unbroken chain of transfer of democratic power through 8 cycles, from one ruling political party, the PDP, to a previously opposition coalition party, the APC, without interruptions, either by coups or extrajudicial changes. That should news. But is it? Unfortunately, democracy is not only about democracy is not validated by longevity alone, it's validated by outcome. Our democratic experiment raises its own credibility questions. The independence of the umpire, INEC, the shrinking of the political space, the heightened intolerance of any viable opposition, and the decline of multi-party political systems by the incessant defections. There are allegations that Nigeria dances dangerously on the brink of becoming a one-party state. The only challenge that rests on the belief that our diversity will prove such attempted monolithic control near impossible. But we shall wait and see. What is not working? The governability of our democracy is exposing huge gaps. To understand our strengths and failures, we must first query what is elections, what is governance, and why confusing the two has become costly. Elections is about winning power. It's a means to an end, while governance is about using power responsibly and effectively. It is long-term planning, it's institutional defense and growth, it is policy implementation, it is service delivery, and it is most definitely accountability. While elections are episodic, governance is continuous. Ask who should lead, governance answers should be. Elections creates authority, creates outcomes. The paradox of the Fourth Republic is that while politics is and continues to be extremely vibrant, our democracy is fragile, our governance is receding. Democracy simply appears unable to solve the country's major problems of rising widespread insecurity and eradication of multidimensional poverty, which, as Mr. Dari said, was inherited, but which seems to clearly have overwhelmed the leadership of the country, and I will highlight. Amidst declining public finance accountability and profligacy amongst us, the political class, according to the World Bank reports of 2025, over 75% below the United Nations poverty threshold of $2 per day, translating to over 33 million people who is multidimensional poverty, a steep rise from 87 million in 2018, with a new PricewaterhouseCoopers report projecting that 141 million people would have transmitted to the multidimensional poverty trap by the end of 2026. More disturbing statistics from NDIC confirmed by the Minister of Finance, Mr. Wale Edu, states that only 2% of the 70 million bank account holders have more than 500,000 naira, or the value of $350 in their accounts. Democracy, sadly, has clearly not translated to economic security. The quest for nation building and cohesion has proven to be a major challenge, with our fault lines magnified by our socioeconomic disparities. This polarization with its ethnic and religious leanings clearly predate the Fourth Republic, but has been exacerbated over time by vicious politics and entrenched inequalities. Partisan traditional media, distrust in institutions, and technological tools like social media and artificial intelligence spewing hate speech and violence, computational propaganda, deepfakes, and imagery. Nigeria do not only speak about the traditionally perceived inequity between the north and the south of Nigeria. As we inch closely towards the election, the recurrent north-south conversations are again beginning to rear their heads, but this time with a more divisive twist. For the first time, more people are beginning to engage in the micro-equity and the southern contiguous conversations, probably as a result of the perceptions of skewed distribution of resources arising from the widely held touted beliefs that the Southwest benefits unfairly at the expense of other composite parts of the southern regions like the Southeast and the South-South. Our democracy obviously has not learned to walk the narrow corridors of creating a state strong enough to ensure stability amidst democratically guaranteed institutional reforms such as freedom of expression, even though we tout it, freedom of association. The reason you have freedom of expression is what happens to you after 24. It has become increasingly fashionable. Liberal populism seems to be on the right, seems to be in retreat. Kabiesi, with the utmost respect, you spoke about gender inclusion, and I shall speak about gender inclusion. Unfortunately, our views differ ever so slightly. No honest assessment can ignore gender disparities in political and leadership representation. There is a Chinese saying that you can't hold up the sky with one hand. Nigeria has a historically low representation of women in political office, generally under 6%, and was ranked 139th out of 156 countries in gender metrics, with 4 out of 360 members in the House of Representatives and only 4 females out of 109 senators. Nigeria falls significantly below the African regional average of roughly 23.4% and the global average of 26.1% for women in parliament. 15 out of 36 states in Nigeria operate their legislature with 0 female representation. When half the population is underrepresented in decision making, development and governance, outcomes inevitably suffer. This is not merely a gender issue, it is governance failure. Evidence consistently shows that societies that include women in leadership experience better social outcomes, stronger community trust, more sustainable development. A democracy that marginalizes women weakens itself. The period between 1999 and 2003 surpassed the prescribed 35% in appointive positions and witnessed women holding very strategic cabinet positions and delivering excellently on their mandate. The evidence is not abstract. Nigeria itself provides counterfactual. When Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was appointed Minister of Finance, Nigeria was burdened by over 30 billion in external debt, with debt servicing consuming a crippling share of national revenue and crowding out spending on development. Through disciplined fiscal management, institutional reform, and one of the most complex sovereign negotiations in modern history, her leadership culminated in a landmark 18 billion debt relief deal with the Paris Club in 2005. That single outcome reduced Nigeria's by over 60%, $3 billion of dollars annually for social infrastructure, restored international credibility to Nigeria's public finance system. This is not symbolic inclusion, it was measurable national gain. The lesson is clear that when Nigeria entrusted a woman with real authority over critical institutions, the result was not optics, it was outcomes. It was not propaganda, it was felt in our homes. Legislative interventions, such as the Special Seats Bill, which has has been presented in the last 3 assemblies, the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th assemblies, have failed to get the desired legislative votes to achieve the affirmative action required to close the embarrassing gender gaps. The National Assembly will do well to seize this opportunity to etch its name glowingly in the annals of Nigeria's history by passing the Special Seats Bill to allow for more female participation in governance. Nigeria's development dependent. On to the institution. The Nigerian judiciary has a 21% approval rating. A new report by the Africa Polling Institute has found 99% of Nigerians have lost in the country's judiciary, citing concerns like political influence, inefficiency, delay in the judicial process, and erosion of integrity. Ironically, this appears to contrast sharply with known cases of bold judges who stood against authoritarian actions during the military era. Justice Nikki Toby, Justice of the Supreme Court of Blessed Memory, puts it succinctly, and I shall quote, "While politics as a profession is totally based on partiality, judgeship as a profession is fully and totally based on impartiality, the opposite of partiality. Their waters must never meet in the same way that rivers Niger and Benue meet at the conference in Lokoja. If they meet, the victim will be democracy. Most of the time, that will be bad for sovereign Nigeria. Democracy, not despotism. Oligarchy and totalitarianism. Judges should on no account dance to the music played by politicians, because that will completely destroy their role as independent umpires in the judicial process. This, in my opinion, should be the new template for the judiciary in Nigeria's fledgling democracy. I see you're coming near me, but I must speak about I will not leave until I do. I'm sorry, apologies. The legislature, the problems that confront the Nigerian legislature are tetra-headed. It battles weak legislative support systems and high attrition rate. The National Assembly records an average of 75% in legislators' turnover since the Fourth Republic. Consequently, there is no institutional memory. In 26 years, the legislature as an institution has struggled constantly to find its true relevance and independence in the tri-party spectre of democratic governance. The bastion of our democracy is the only institution in government that echoes the voice of the people. The duty of the legislature is to mitigate usurpation of authority and accumulation of power in one person. When performed optimally, it checks unilateral executive action. Between 2005 and 2006, an independent legislature voted against a constitutional amendment that sought to extend the tenure of an administration beyond the prescribed term limits. In 2010, the legislature invoked the controversial doctrine of necessity to proffer a political solution at a turbulent time in our nation's history. In the quest to entrench legislative independence, the National Assembly, in a well-publicized act of defiance with the chairman as the dramatis personae, unfortunately, I must call your name, resisted executive interference in the choice of the leadership and experienced probably the most vibrant assembly to date. This was a period that symbolized mutual respect, greater accountability, better representation, and more robust citizen participation. Those are the 8th assemblies, and I'm proud to have been part of them. Sadly, the National Assembly seems to have yielded the hard-fought independence. There exists overraking executive dominance, probably as a result of interference in the emergence of the leadership of the 10th Assembly, earned them their pay from the 9th Assemblies. The actors and actions have never been called more frequently when one of the core functions of the legislature, lawmaking, came under scrutiny amidst alleged distortions and forgeries, and someone or people or institutions, ultra-virus, poster piece of legislation, the Nigerian tax law. This, for the first time in our history, sadly calls to question the integrity of the laws that have been passed recently. With regards to oversight, another core function of the National Assembly, people question the inability to fund capital projects. The 3-year cumulative budget deficit exceeding 50 trillion naira. The 2026 fiscal deficit of 23.85 trillion naira and debt service obligations of 15.2 trillion naira, which exceed the combined budget allocation of defense and security at a time where our country is almost crippled by insecurity, education and health budgets combined. People worry that the midterm expenditure framework and the Appropriation Act are blind to the details of the much-touted Lagos-Calabar coastal highway in spite of its staggering cost. Furthermore, Nigerians understandably are concerned about the leadership selection process, worry about the abuse of the confirmation powers of the executive positions in the Nigerian Senate. The National Assembly seems to have abandoned all and the people question not only their performance, but their competence. In conclusion, without doubt, our country is exhibiting the warning signs of democratic fatigue. Voter disengagement, separatist rising cynicism are warning signs. With more liberal voices silenced, we are confronted with the rise of populism and sycophantic allegiance to man, not state. The sad reality is highlighted by the fact that those who wish to push the very elastic limits of our democracy are weaponizing and deploying the very institutions that should uphold and sustain our democracy. The ardor starts to prove that democracy can still deliver better than any other alternatives depends on the critical shift from democracy as power acquisition to democracy as service and governance. We the people must be reminded that it is not only permissible to hold government to account, it is our duty. We must stop looking away from the fact that the Titanic of state has hit an iceberg. We must stop dancing to the loud music of elections and start to look to the lifeboats of governance. We all, the tripod of the elected, the citizens and gatekeepers made up of media, civility and the judiciary, with the political parties, Mr. Chairman, sir, I'm talking to you, with the political parties acting as filters, must recommit to personal, institutional, and systemic reforms. We must unlearn the retrogressive habits and position our country to acquire new rules of governance that will help us survive and dominate the revolutionary change that is upon us. In the words of Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, he said, if we're not on the table, then we are on the menu. We must breach the trust deficit between the elected and governed. We must demand of the and find in a
Thank you very much, Honorable Nena Elendu Okeje, for that moving speech. I can tell that her co-panelist, Mr. Sundidare, was already plotting his counterattack for the panel session. All right, to complete the quartet, actually the trio, let's meet someone who needs very little or no introduction, especially for the much older generation. But seeing that we have students amongst us, there are very few people who would say that this name does not ring a bell. He is joining us virtually much later for the panel discussion, as explained earlier. But for those who need some sort of introduction to our next guest speaker, your attention to the screens, please.
Malam Nasir El-Rufai has been a public servant shaped by reform and driven by strong opinions. A trained quantity surveyor and policy thinker, he rose to national prominence as Director General of the Bureau of Public Enterprises, where he pushed market reforms and challenged state control of the economy. As Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, he gained a reputation for toughness, forcing the Abuja Master Plan, restoring order to land administration, and insisting that rules must matter. Between 2015 and 2023, he served 2 terms as Governor of Kaduna State, focusing on education reform, public finance discipline, digital governance, and internal revenue growth. His style was direct, often controversial, but firmly rooted in policy choices rather than popularity. Malam Nasir El-Rufai is known for speaking plainly, questioning orthodoxy, and pushing uncomfortable conversations about governance, federalism, and political accountability in Nigeria. Today, he remains one of the country's most outspoken voices on leadership and public. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, our guest speaker at the 23rd Daily Trust Dialogue, Malam Nasir El-Rufai.
Distinguished panelists, honored guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by apologizing for my physical absence from this important dialogue. I was recently treated for a sudden bacterial and viral infection and remained under medical observation until midweek, which prevented my travel to Abuja yesterday. I therefore address you today from Brussels in Belgium before returning to Nigeria shortly, inshallah. I thank the Trust newspapers for the honor of inviting me to speak at this 23rd Daily Trust Dialogue. The theme, Nigeria's Fourth Republic, what is working and what is not, is timely not because the Republic is young, but because it is old enough to be judged honestly against the expectations that gave it birth. So let me begin by framing the question. Nigeria's Fourth Republic is now in its 27th year. It represents the longest uninterrupted stretch of civilian rule since independence in 1960. That fact alone matters. We have conducted multiple elections, transferred power between parties, sustained constitutional rule, and resisted the return of military governance despite insurgency, economic shocks, recessions, and a global pandemic. This endurance mission, it reflects not only the actions of politicians and institutions, but also the patience and democratic commitment of ordinary Nigerians. However, endurance is not the same as progress. Stability is not the same as prosperity. And elections alone do not equal good governance. The central question before us is this: has the Fourth Republic delivered security, justice, opportunity, and dignity to the majority of Nigerians? My short answer is this: it has delivered some gains, but it is failing in fundamental ways. I will therefore make 5 propositions. First, the Fourth Republic has recorded some real achievements. Second, it is democratic in form, but increasingly centralized on coercive in substance. Third, fourth, the binding constraint is not democracy itself, but capacity and poor leadership quality of political office holders. And fifth, unless these failures are addressed, public faith, especially among young Nigerians, will continue to erode with serious consequences for the survival of the Fourth Republic. So let me begin with what I think is working about this republic. Number one, in my view, is civilian continuity. Since 1999, Nigeria has remained under civilian rule. Courts sit, legislatures function. Governments change through election and not coups. In an African context, this is no small achievement. Military rule has largely lost legitimacy as a solution to Nigeria's problem. This alone is progress. Number two, federal pluralism. Nigeria remains a federation, strained, imperfect, but still plural. Some state governments matter. Governors remain powerful political actors. Subnational governments deliver most education and healthcare services and employ the majority of public servants in Nigeria. This pluralism has prevented complete political monopoly and allowed pockets of success in some states, even where the center fails. The third is political competition. Nigeria does not have a permanent ruling party, and that is an achievement compared to Tanzania, Rwanda, and even Benin and Togo. The PDP governed for 16 years. The APC will not govern forever. It is likely that in 2027, the APC will be gone. Power, therefore, remains contestable. This distinguishes Nigeria from dominant party systems elsewhere on the continent, some of the countries that I've mentioned. However, and this is critical, competition has not yet matured into accountability and good governance. Elite circulation has outpaced institutional consolidation. Parties remain weak, personality-driven, and transactional. The fourth is selective economic and industrial gains. Nigeria has experienced episodic progress. There are years of growth driven by macroeconomic discipline and infrastructure investment. Nigeria became a net exporter of cement, thanks to Dangote and other cement manufacturers. The Dangote refinery positions us towards self-sufficiency in refined petroleum, petrochemicals, and fertilizer. Again, that is progress. These are not imaginary achievements. Demonstrate that democracy, when focused, can deliver, but they are uneven, fragile, and easily reversed. I will now go to what is not working. Now let us turn to clearly to what is clearly not working, and here a bit of candor is required. The first is we have governance without accountability. Nigeria has built the forms of accountability faster than in the substance. We conduct elections, create agencies, announce asset recoveries, but accountability by those governing remains selective and episodic. Corruption has become dangerous for some that are in opposition, negotiable for others that are sitting on the fence and want to move to the APC, and invisible for those aligned with power. APC members are never accused of corruption. This cost is not abstract. It appears in unpaid salaries, abandoned projects, decaying infrastructure, and widespread cynicism. When laws are enforced unevenly, deterrence collapses. And when deterrence collapses, trust evaporates in Nigeria today. The second thing that is not working is what I call centralization without capacity. Nigeria operates one of the most centralized fiscal systems among federations, yet expects states and local governments to deliver most frontline and critical services like primary education and healthcare. Authority, responsibility, and funding are badly misaligned. This is not an accident. It is a design flaw, one that contradicts the 1954 federal consensus for a loose federation with strong regions and a limited center that our founding fathers agreed in the UK. Since 1966, successive governments, military and civilian, have entrenched this unitary federalism. The result is predictable. Everyone looks up to Abuja for money, looks downwards for excuses, and sideways for scapegoats to blame. A system that centralizes power but diffuses responsibility will always fail by design. But by design means we can fix it. The third is insecurity and the breakdown of the social contract. Insecurity remains Nigeria's gravest crisis. Insurgency, banditry, kidnappings, and communal violence have displaced millions and devastated livelihoods. Despite rising security budgets, the state's monopoly of force has weakened. When citizens are compelled to organize their own protection, that is not resilience. It is a vote of no confidence in the Nigerian state. No republic can endure when security becomes a private commodity available only to those who can afford it. The fourth area that is not working is economic hardship and inequality. Nigeria may record GDP growth, and you will hear today from the government representative talking about over 4% projected GDP growth for 2026. But the lived reality is harsh and different from this rosy picture. Poverty remains widespread. Inflation, especially food inflation, has destroyed purchasing power. Policy shocks have accumulated without buffers. What distinguishes Nigeria is not hardship, but hardship without accountability. Citizens absorb every shock, while public officials and political office holders live extravagantly and with impunity. This breeds anger, and anger, when combined with frustration and hopelessness, is politically dangerous. The fifth area where things aren't working is law, justice, and democratic erosion. The law should protect citizens, not terrify them. Yet, we have seen in Nigeria prolonged detention, selective prosecution, and investigative fishing expeditions that have weakened confidence in the justice system. When law enforcement is weaponized against political competitors, democracy erodes quietly but steadily, and this is what we've seen happening in our country today. The courts remain the last refuge of anyone that feels persecuted. But when justice is doubted, when judges are compromised, the republic itself is weakened. What must change and must stop, I will go into now. If the Fourth Republic is to move beyond mere survival, it must now be judged by outcomes, not longevity. Nigeria must shift from consumption to production, from centralization of power to true federalism, where devolution of power goes to the states and local governments, and from power without responsibility to authority matched with accountability. Specifically, Nigeria must end borrowing for recurrent expenditure and prioritize food security. We must reform the constitution and allow state and community policing. We must devolve resource control and economic authority to the states. For instance, mining and minerals should be devolved to the states because the states control land, among other things. We must also strengthen our institutions through judicial reform and ensure that we have credible elections through an truly independent electoral commission. We must invest seriously in health and education at the lowest levels. And finally, we must restore ethical and competent governance for our politics to have meaning. But reform is not only about what must change, it is also about what must stop. We must stop the weaponization of security agencies, law enforcement, regulatory, and the justice system for regime protection rather than for democratic preservation. Selective enforcement of laws must end. Arrests without evidence must end. Detention before investigation must end. Governing by intimidation rather than institutions must end. So let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen, with this. Nigeria's Fourth Republic has bought us time, but time is not legacy. We have the architecture of democracy, but its foundation is cracking under the weight of insecurity, exclusion, and widespread economic hardship. History teaches us a hard lesson that when reform is postponed indefinitely, as we are seeing in Nigeria today, rupture and collapse eventually arrive. The choice as politicians is not stability, but reform. It is reform now, stability sooner or later. Nigerians are not lacking intelligence, patriotism, or does not blame Nigerians for the current state of affairs. What Nigerians lack is accountability from those entrusted with power. And as opposition, we are not enemies of the state. We are the conscience of the people. We seek reform, renewal, and a democracy that delivers, not one that survives by coercion and selective persecution. I invite all those who wish Nigeria well to join us in restoring hope, dignity, and progress through reform, through progress, and societal consolidation, not repression, not selective persecution. Thank you very much. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I hope to take your questions during the session.
The keynote speakers delivering his speech. As he did point out, he will be a part of the panel discussion that will be coming up just moments from now. He's already online and awaiting that particular segment to kick off. And we will, of course, like anyone who has a message, a question, a recommendation, to please prepare them beforehand, because we're trying to make the most from whatever time we have left, so that we can save ourselves the stress of having to go from row to row, giving microphones around for people to make their contributions. So if you feel like articulating your questions, your thoughts, your suggestions, please do so ahead of time.
All right, thank you very much. I would like to continue recognizing some of our guests, and this recognition is in no particular order. Now, first off, I'd like to recognize Comrade Ini Ememobong, National Publicity Secretary, the People's Democratic Party, representing the National Chairman, PDP, Dr. Kabiru Tanimu Taraki. Thank you for being here. We have Ahmed Balarabe Saidu, the Kaduna Chapter Secretary of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR. Thank you for being here. And next up, we have Felix Hala from the German Embassy. Thank you for being here. All right, now moving on. At this point, we take a short pause to recognize service that often goes unnoticed. If you would kindly turn your attention to the screens, we will be displaying some recognition for our unsung heroes to present the 2025 Daily Trust Unsung Hero. Thank you very much.
Daily Trust's Unsung Hero of the Year is not about profit, it is about purpose. Daily Trust's Unsung Hero of the Year is not about profit, it is about purpose, giving back and making a difference. While many chased private school money, one man chose the poor. In 1977, in Jos, Plateau State, Musa Ibrahim Sagagi opened a school so children wouldn't be locked out of learning. He charged very little, sometimes nothing. When fees failed, he paid teachers with stipends. When money ran out, he sold part of his inheritance. Muslims, Christians, no lines drawn, no child sent home. Today, his students are professors, judges, doctors, and many more. Nigeria is better because he stayed the course. This is sacrifice without applause. This is service without headlines. Daily Trust's Unsung Hero of the Year, Musa Ibrahim Sagagi. Because some heroes build people, not empires.
Present the award, His Imperial Majesty Oba Rashidi Adeolu Ladoja Olubadan of Ibadan land. And joining him to present And accompany him to present the award is Chairman of the occasion, Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki, as well as the Chairman of Media Trust, Malam Kabiri Yusuf.
Giving him the award?
Just a moment as the award is presented.
Mic check, 1, 2.
And that's
Madam, on behalf of the Media Trust, publishers of the Media Trust, I hereby present this award in recognition of your role as an unsung hero. From nothing, turning out professors, doctors, from their own effort. Thank you very much for all those.
Thank you very much. I realize.
This is your check. Once again, congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. I realize.
All right, thank you very much, Your Imperial Majesty and Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki, for presenting this award. It is not an easy feat to have a philanthropical heart as well as serve the people. Now, at this point, some of his students are here and they begged for a couple of minutes to express their gratitude towards him at this moment. Can we have them up here so that they can do that quickly?
Any need to say something? I don't think we just want to quickly, not less than a minute. As even this thing is going on, if you like.
Okay, go ahead. Quickly.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am Dr. Mohammed Tijani Baba Gangari. I am the Director, French National Defense College, Nigeria. I am one of the products of Mala Musa Ibrahim Sagagi. I have successfully risen to the rank of Director at National Defense College, Nigeria. As a result of what we are able to receive the scholarship he gave us in Jos, and I'm happy to tell you that Malam Musa Ibrahim Sagagi has contributed immensely to educational development of not only male child, but even the girl child is well represented by as beneficiaries of the scholarship he gave us. Some of these products, as you can see here, they are professors in Nigerian universities. Some of them are PhD holders, like my humble self. A lot of people are into private practice and what have you. Out of some of his pupils, people he sponsored, I regret to inform this gathering that Malam Musa sold his personal house, his cars, his landed property acquired, he inherited in order to give the child the necessary education needed in Jos. So I want us to appreciate Malam Musa, and some of his products are, among others, you can see a very senior police officer here, a CSP. He was also part of people who enjoyed his largesse. We have Professor Damu Bingchin, who is currently the Dean, School of Arts and Dean, Faculty of Arts, National State University. We have Professor Abubakar. We have a Deputy Chief Imam, National Mosque Abuja. We have Professor Usman A. Manu, University of Abuja. We have the late Provost, FCT College of Education, Dr. Gambahanza, among others. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are really grateful. We want to appreciate Media Trust for such recognition. May Allah continue to bless you, and we recognize such people. Thank you very much, and we once again thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for that. In the continuation of recognition, we have Professor Tenna Emolonye, former United Nations Envoy, Bournemouth University, United Kingdom. Thank you for your presence.
All right. I know the Old Boys Association are excited about the recipient, but we have to make haste with the time. So if we can just wait for the photo opportunities until when we are done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, if we could just clear the stage. If we could just clear the stage. If we could just clear the stage. Thank you. Thank you very much. If we could just clear the stage. So, sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, please, if we can all be seated, please. Let's be seated, please. Let's be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Let's not crowd the little space that we have. Please, let's be seated. Yes, yes. Can we all please be seated? Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Okay. I would like to, for the limited time available, because we want to open up the conversation as much as we can before we wrap things up, call to the stage our panel members so we can kickstart the deliberations, which will last for some 15 minutes so that we can accommodate as many contributions as we can before we call it a day. So I'd like to call back to the stage Honorable Inenna Elendu Wikeje to please come to the stage. Mr. Sondedare, please, if you can take your seat at the stage. Mr. Sondedare, to the podium, please. Honorable Nena, if we can have you back on the stage.
If we can have your attention and we beg your pardon.
Please
go back to your seat, and afterwards we can have as much photo sessions as we want.
You can take your seat. Yes.
Can we please take our seats? Please take your seats. Hello, please. Now is not a good time to exchange pleasantries, please. Okay, thank you very much. So, for want of time, we're going to have to, and this time around I'm actually speaking to our panel, try to make the most of the 15 minutes or so that we have available to us to touch base once again. Some of the issues that you've expressed earlier in your speeches have well been covered, but we'd like to just double down on some of those other issues just to provide some sort of clarity and context to the conversation we are having today. And can we confirm if Malam Nasir El-Rufai is live for us on Zoom? Okay, good to know. Right, so let's start this way with Honorable Nena. I mean, you've talked a lot about the National Assembly itself as an institution, the role it's supposed to play, the gaps that currently exist. Since 1999, we've seen the National Assembly become much more powerful. Has it used that power well, if you have to consider everything that happened between 1999 to date?
Well, the National Assembly is supposed to be powerful. It's supposed to be powerful to the extent that it collates the aggregate opinion of a critical mass of the Nigerian people, and it's the only bastion of our democracy that stands in the gap literally between the executive and the people. Now, over the years, like I said, there's been ebbs and there's been flows. There was a period from 1999 where the twin legacies of militarism and suppression ensured that the National Assembly was still finding its feet. Fast forward to a couple of years, like I pointed out in my address, there was the struggle of finding its feet in that tri-party, because every time there's a coup d'etat, the executive remains, the judiciary remains, the first person that goes is the National Assembly, they suspend the constitution, and so it's no longer constitutional democracy. And so even the transition from militarism to civilian rule was the National Assembly was meant to ensure that they stamped the tri-party. Now, over the years, what happened, like I posited in my paper, that the National Assembly in 2005 was so independent, and I don't think powerful is the word. I think independent is the word we're looking for here. It was so independent, and it had its hands literally on the pulse of the Nigerian people. The Nigerian people did not want a third term. The National Assembly went out there, collected the voices of the Nigerian people, and ensured that that was stopped dead in its tracks. When Nigeria was I was in the National Assembly at the time when there was the doctrine of necessity. I mean, our hands were up in the air as to what to do, and again, an independent National Assembly. But there has always been the attempt of executive overreach, and I remember the picture of the headlines. I think it was Daily Trust. It said, "Reps defied zoning, elect Tambuwal as speaker." And the same thing happened in the Senate. And so it took resilience to say that it is primus inter pares, it is our institution governed by us, three equal arms of government that must take that must regulate each other. And so the National Assembly at a point was very powerful, yes. But then over the years, we have seen that the National Assembly, I mean, all the borrowing plans, I remember in the House of Representatives as well as in the Senate, there was a committee on loans and aids. So every time that the president brought a loan request. When it was read on the floor, it went to the Committee on Loans and Aids. We looked at it. We looked at the conditions behind that loan. We brought it back to plenary, discussed it, debated it, and most times we'd refused because sometimes it wasn't project specific. Sometimes it was clarity. It was shrouded in opacity. We just refused because it was not in the interest of the Nigerian people. Now we've seen loan requests back to back, and when you ask individual members of the National Assembly what are the reasons behind these loans, what are the conditions behind these loans, what is, everybody just seems like they were not in the room. So for me, I think that the National Assembly has seen a period of struggle. It has peaked. Unfortunately, today, the National Assembly is struggling and it has tanked.
And Mr. Dare, bringing you into the conversation, if you have to put today's theme on a scale, what is working and what is not, which one do you think will outweigh the other?
Today's what?
Yeah, what is working and what is not working, which one would outweigh the other?
Sounds like a trick question, isn't it? And I think that if we get ourselves bogged down on metrics, we might shield ourselves from reality. Oftentimes, it's not a black and white thing. And when it comes to what is working, when it comes to democratic journey, when it comes to structures, when it comes to the economy, it's a process that is a continuum. When we looked at the first, second, third, and fourth republic, we found that we've had several presidents who had come, who had tried to address different issues and challenges of our country, who had done their bits and moved on. We have a nation that is 60 plus years right now. We look at America, we see what is happening in America. It's still not a perfect union, 200 years plus in governance. And I think our interest today should be to fast forward to look at what is work and at whose watch. The current leadership, clearly, we see clear markers about efforts to reverse the bleedings of the past. We see a lot of data, and I say for every data we see, there's a data, there's another data, and there's a counter data. So what's working? What's working is the fact that we have had the Nigerian economy recalibrated. The figures we want to quarrel with were all in the red, in the negative, prior to when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came. Who can quarrel with the current GDP? The World Bank is where we run to. When people quote 140 million Nigerians under poverty, it is the World Bank that gives that data. When the same World Bank says this economy, the growth outlook and prospects for the Nigerian economy is now 4.4. People have a quarrel with that. The same institution. So I will stay with what's working, because the fact that it's working means that you've taken care of what is not working. And you have a government that has gone on the path of reforms. Nasir El-Rufai talked about reform. And I did in my paper, I said reform is the insurance for democracy, because no society progresses without reforms. India had to embark on reforms before it got to the level where it is, with its massive population. The same thing in Egypt, when they had the meltdown. Forex, electricity was down completely. They went on the path of reforms. And now we can point to Egypt as one of the successful economies in Africa. Ghana, we all remember when Ghana started its problems. Ghana went on the path of reforms. Now you see even Nigerians preferring to go to Ghana to attend school. Now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has placed this country on the path of reforms. Reforms are painful. Reforms cannot start from 0 to 100. It's a process. Are we seeing the results of these reforms? Microeconomic reforms? Absolutely. Are we seeing the impact on our society? Yes. But it's progressive, it's going to take time, and we must tarry as a country.
All right. Okay, let's bring in Madam Nasir El-Rufai to the conversation. If you can hear us, Madam, can you just confirm if the audio is clear enough?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Hello.
I hope you can hear me and see me. Hello, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me and see me. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Still 15 minutes in Q&A. Sure, I can hear them. I can't. I can see them. I can't hear a word.
Yeah. You know.
The school life. Kina jin su. Ina jin mu.
would circle back to him. But if you can attempt to answer the question from your own understanding, every administration promised reform. Some would say we've missed Vision 2020, even before 2015, we've missed Vision 2030, which is still
Again, it's the leadership selection process, because it's one thing to have the policies, it's yet another thing to have the drivers of the policy. It's one thing to have a vision, it's another thing to have the political will to drive these policies. And so when we come up with this highfalutin Vision 2020, this by the year, oh, those 35% affirmative action and all those kind of highfalutin things, the question is, what is the expertise behind it to drive it? What is the will to drive it? What is the continuity that is required to drive it? And what is the feedback mechanism in trying to drive it? Now, I find that most of the time we go to all these summits abroad and we import a lot of things from these summits. For instance, the climate justice conversations and all those kind of things. And I am an advocate for climate change, but I also believe that, for instance, when Nigeria comes up with its climate change policy, you see us importing the climate change policy of countries that, one, are not petro states, two, that are the top emitters, and three, do not have greater capacity to deal with climate change. So when Nigeria, for instance, is talking about the fact that we want to turn to renewable energy by 2020, our mainstay is petroleum. We have no business having that conversation. We should have the conversation of people who are saying drill, drill, drill. Again, when they say that we want to contribute X amount of money to climate change, my question is that the whole of Africa, 54 countries in Africa, contribute 3% to carbon emissions. United States does 24%, China does 29%. So the only conversation that African countries should be having is climate justice, where we hold the top emitters to account. But what happens is that we come up with policies that are importations from the countries that do not share our same complexities, and we expect them to work. And I think that was just an example.
All right. Mr. Dari, if we could just switch to politics a little bit. During Malam Nasir El-Rufai's presentation, he did talk about coercion, he did talk about a variety of things, which I think directly is targeted at the government that you are a part of. From 99 to date, we've seen the emergence of strong political parties. We've seen some of them die out. We've seen some of them relatively stay alive as we speak, as we prepare for 2027. Do you believe people who say that the APC has become an existential threat to political parties in Nigeria because of this incursion into opposition parties in the country? Do you believe that there is some sort of legitimacy in the argument there, and why they express those worries as we prepare for 2027?
No, I don't think there's any credibility to that. And if you back up a bit, history will teach us. We are witnesses, most of us are witnesses to 16 years of PDP rule. And the same could be said at that time. PDP was the dominant party. We are within a multi-party system, let me say. And what you get really is what we got that time, a dominant party, the PDP. What you have now is the dominant party, the APC. And what are the characters of this dominance? PDP had 21, moved to about 28 states. We knew what happened those 16 years when they had the presidency. The multi-party system that we have in this country is almost sacrosanct. Now, what we get now is, and I'm careful about the language because I remember what the chairman said, but it's very important to say that the cry of the opposition about incursions into their parties, where do you want to place that? Because we just said one of the things working in the Fourth Republic is that people are able to move from one party to another, that democratic choice. So when a governor moves from a party to another, how do you blame the APC for that incursion? That's on the one part. But also, I think the fear, you didn't say it, but the fear is that, oh, APC, is pushing for a one-party state. And I say, look, Nigeria is a multi-party system. APC is a dominant party, absolutely. Those that want to cross over can cross over. And let me conclude this response by saying we have a lot of ventriloquists around who claim to be visionaries, and there's a difference. I have been in the opposition before, and I know the swan song of the opposition. We're seeing that play out. But I think the opposition must bring a different play, bring better ideas, and push those ideas in very superior conversations.
Okay. To summarize, the APC is not bullying any opposition party. The opposition parties are simply just weak. I mean, how do you react to that?
I think it's very interesting that for somebody who says, and Mr. Sunday Dare says he's a Democrat and a politician, and all those charming, well, you're not a politician, but you're strictly involved in politics. I think that 26 years later, I think what should be paramount is deepening and strengthening our politics, is strengthening our institutions, is ensuring that from loose arrangements, we start to forge ideological political parties that speak to the needs of the Nigerian people. And so when a person says to me that a governor who was elected on a particular platform can just move against the Electoral Act, against a pronouncement of the Supreme Court, which of course we're still dilly-dallying and shilly-shallying over, it really shocks me. Because I think it's not the fault of the APC, but it is actively supported by APC and just said by you as well. So what I'm saying in essence is that, I think that we all the actors in the political space have a responsibility to Nigerians to entrench true democratic ideals in a way that makes sure that the political parties act as filters as we start to look at the gatekeepers of our democratic experiment. I think that whether you're APC or PDP or whatever, when the Nigerians speak about us, they speak about us with one tar brush. And I think that we need to go back and do a lot of housekeeping about what kind of politics are we offering the Nigerian people in the hope that we can give them the governance that they deserve. And, I would rest my case on that, but I think that there's an active weaponization of state institutions against the opposition. I do.
All right. We're going to pause here for a moment and open the conversation up. The rules are quite simple. You must stay on the topic, and you have to keep it light. 2 minutes maximum. State your name and go directly to the point. We'll try as much as we can in the next 10-15 minutes to get as many respondents as we can. And if you have any question directed at the panel, because we understand Mr. Dare has to be somewhere. So I'm going to start with people who have any question. Is there anyone? Anyone has a question for the Special Advisor on Policy Communication? Okay. Can we pass the microphone to the gentleman in the yellow vest?
The man in the yellow vest?
Yes.
Don't call Buba. Buba will speak for 10 minutes. The man in the yellow vest. Gentleman in the yellow vest. No mic.
Okay. Just before we get to him, one person, I believe Malam Umar Farouk, said that, Mr. Dare, you said, quote, democracy thrives in the atmosphere of economic fairness. Can you elaborate on the establishment of, gold refinery, the private gold refinery in Lagos, and why that is? Refineries, where are the refineries within the northern region, he says, I believe. I hope I captured the question.
Gold refinery.
Yes.
Well, I'm not the Minister of Solid Minerals, but I did read a very strong rebuttal from the Ministry of Solid Minerals, explaining very clearly that it's a private refinery, bringing out the profile of the woman who owns the refinery and how she grew that refinery in the past 10 years. And there are pictures of the woman, of the refinery itself. It's private, strictly private, and government has no hand in it. And I know that, you know, licenses have been issued, some have been cancelled, they're being reissued. So the question of the federal government setting up that refinery in Lagos, perhaps in the southwest, doesn't arise. That rebuttal is straight to the point, it's factual, and I think that would be my response to that.
Okay, any more contributions? Okay. Okay, please go ahead, the Publicity Secretary of the PDP.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ini Ememobong, National Publicity Secretary, PDP. First is to my big brother, Dare, who said that the political space has not been constricted. I'd like to ask that, considering the fact that you agree that democracy is a destination and democratization is the journey, and when you speak about the journey of the APC, you seem to speak about it from just 2023, and you admit that you took a fractured economy. Remember that APC was there 8 years before 2023. So tie that to consolidation of democracy. Tie that to the fact that people no longer trust the judiciary. Tie it to the politicization of the judiciary and the judicialization of politics. Tie that to the fact that clearly you have a minister in your administration who openly sits on television and says a president saved a governor in this administration. Tie that to the fact that there is absence of consequences. When you speak about GDP, please tie it to the fact that you meet everyday Nigerians, and when you interact with them, do they reflect the economy that you speak about, the GDP? Those are the things I want you to speak to.
All right.
Thank you so much. And the identifier is very important. The Publicity Secretary of the PDP. And I wouldn't expect anything lesser than that. And it's you straddle between a question and, of course, a submission. You piled in so many things. Yes, there's no denial about it. The APC has been in government for close to 11 years, and we're unafraid to do an audit of the APC government in 11 years. But also, we're also bold to look at, because Nigeria is a work in progress, we're also able to look back to say the APC took over from the PDP. Somebody was in charge of the shop for 16 years. Somebody was supposed to have provided the rail transportation. Somebody was supposed to have improved our electricity with $16 billion. Somebody was supposed to have improved our airports, improved our schools for 16 years. And that somebody failed. And that's the PDP. But we have moved beyond that. It takes time to recover. It takes time for reforms to grow. So, in 11 years, have we seen this country improve? On the democratic level, yes, but we'll talk about the judiciary. And what we're seeing in the judiciary today is not particular to the APC in government. Reforms of the judiciary, the calls for that reform have been on for a long time. My sister has talked very eloquently about the legislature. We have the former Senate President here. I've never been a lawmaker. But you also know very clearly that every government we have, every set of lawmakers that come in, it is absolutely incorrect to want to simply label them as rubber stamp. Just imagine the Constitution, 109 senators, 362 House of Rep members, 360, and you say they're entirely rubber stamp. These are representatives of the people. And we have seen them in the last 2.5, 3 years pass laws that have benefited Nigerians, no doubt. Nations take loans. Nations do take loans. America is heavily in debt. This administration is taking loans it can justify. It can point to projects for which there's loans. So I think it's important. There are a few things you raised here that are personal. I want to stay on substance. But I know that the work of building this nation is a continuous one. Every administration inherits liabilities and assets. And I dare say that every government that comes in place tries its best to make sure it meets the challenges head on. Is the APC doing that? Absolutely. Okay. Are problems over? No. But I challenge everyone here to say, look at where we were 2023, 2022, and look at where we were now. Just take simply the unification of Forex, the arbitrage, 70%, the stability that has been brought into that entire Forex market. Take 20 years of fuel subsidy, the bleeding that took place, and where we are now, freeing up the resources for the subnationals. Okay. 60% increase, etc. Right. Let's stay with the facts and leave the noise aside.
Okay. I suppose inadvertently, the Tinubu administration has become the backdrop to our conversation this afternoon. But let's proceed. Your contribution, sir.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Comrade Issa Aremu. I'm the Director General of the Premier Labour Institute in Ilorin. I have a short comment for Mr. Sunday Dare. But before then, let me say there's something that has been working, which I thought all the panelists will have recognized since we started this republic. I think it's daily trust, you know. And I think for daily trust to keep faith with 23 editions of National Dialogue is highly commendable. We shouldn't take this for granted. And we can expand it to also the media generally has kept this republic alive. But my suggestion to Daily Trust, before I come to Dari, is that we need to make your panel far more inclusive so that we can have holistic views about what is working and what is not working. Looking at all the panelists, you know, they don't live on minimum wage. My dear friend, I wish him quick recovery. Minimum wage earners cannot go abroad for medical treatment, you know. That's Nasir El-Rufai. But what I mean about that is that labor can also say about and I'm saying this with your background as a media man. Of late, the media has become very excited whenever there are frustration. They'll be reporting about coup attempt, you know, all sorts of things that we don't need to, you know, promote that. Nigeria has gotten 8 presidential cycles of elections, highly commendable. We have 95 million registered voters, even though Nena pointed out that that doesn't translate to voting. Voting our party is coming up. All we need to do is to further deepen the democratic process, not less. How do we strengthen civilian supremacy of this
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Comrade Aremu. And just another reminder that we have to stick to the rules of engagement. 2 minutes is maximum. We do not want to have to cut anybody off. But Mr. Sondedare, your quick response, and I also understand that you need to be somewhere else, unfortunately.
Thank you so much, Comrade Issa Aremu. I'm not sure you gave a full declaration of who you are, Labour person, head of Modu Institute. I think the media is playing its role. The media is a watchdog. The media cannot shy away. I think the issue of excitement, the excitement that comes to the media is that they are reporting news and events as they break. But that excitement does not mean that they support military coup or are subverting the democratic process. Far from it. How do we deepen democracy? I think it behoves on everybody. The fact that first we must see that the judiciary is independent, fiercely. We must see that executive plays its role, and also, of course, the legislature. Critical, very critical. That indeed is a lifeway of every democracy. How do we deepen democracy? As citizens, we get the opportunity to go back to the poll every 4 years to either reward or punish our representatives. How seriously do we take this? Do we just pander? Do we sell our votes? Do we defend our votes? Do we play the roles we need to play? So when we talk about democracy, deepening democracy, it's not just about the leadership alone. When you look at the population of those who go to elective offices, and then you look at the number of voters who go to the polls to vote, is huge. We need vigilance. Vigilance is the price of eternal freedom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please, can we get a round of applause for our panelists and keynote speaker, Mr. Sondedare, as he takes his leave. Thank you so much. No, not really. I think we still have you on the panel for the time being. This is specifically addressed to you from Abubakar Kawu Baraje, CON. He says, you made mention of judiciary and INEC being critical stakeholders of democracy, that the appointment of judicial officers and INEC officials should rest solely on the executive, or what do you think needs to be done?
I think that with the judicial processes, I mean, when we look at the democracies that Nigeria has emulated, like the United States, it's still, they're still battling with appointments to the Supreme Court, for instance. And I think that over the years, as we deepen and strengthen our democracy, I don't think the greatest problem, it should still rest, because there's the National Judicial Institute and so on and so forth, and they're all involved in the appointment of judicial officers. But I think what is the most important thing is the National Judicial Commission, the NJC, and the ombudsmen within, for instance, the judicial processes that holds erring judges to account, the name and shame, and more importantly, and I always point out, the most important office in any democracy is the office of the citizen. And I think that when there are judicial infractions and so on and so forth, we must always be reminded that it's not only permissible, like I said in my paper, but it is our duty to hold them to account. Because as they say, and I hate to be cliche, that, you know, the sheer independence of the democracy is dependent on the institutes or the institutions that hold them to account. So I think the appointment is one thing, but I think holding them to account in the process of administering justice is more important, and I think that's what keeps them on the straight and narrow.
Okay. Let's, before we wrap things up, some comments here, and I'd just like to read them out. Joy in Kuruka says, the question is this: while a lot has been said here about democracy, governance, accountability and economic recovery, there seems to be a major silence around healthcare. One of the speakers mentioned seeking medical treatment abroad for bacterial infection, yet millions of Nigerians cannot even afford basic healthcare at home due to fake drugs, poor medical facilities, and lack of regulation. How can democracy truly work, and how can citizens truly trust leadership when those in power depend on foreign healthcare, while the system meant to serve the people continues to fail? Should healthcare not be treated as a core indicator of whether governance is truly working or not? She also doubled down to say that a lot was said about insecurity, yet little or nothing was said about the welfare of security operatives who confront these challenges daily. Many of them work under harsh conditions with inadequate support and welfare. How can the government expect professionalism and effectiveness from security operatives when their welfare is not prioritized? Should welfare not be central to any serious conversation about security and governance? Moving to the next one. Sabiu Zarenda says, before our eyes, nomadic education was launched, and look at how the agency has been abused, with consequences we are paying dearly for. He says, now the same mismanagement that plagued nomadic education is unfolding at UBEC and SUBEB. If we couldn't contain that rot in a micro-society like nomads, what hope do we have when UBEC and SUBEB undermine? It says undermining comes to the fore. Knowing how to tackle this menace is crucial for many. I suppose that's what he's trying to say. He said a strong reason for us to boost our security, especially regarding what's happening in our neighboring countries. Okay, the last one. This is from Quinette Anthony. She says, my question is directed to Honorable Nena Okeje. She's the only one left on the panel, so that's the only option. And it is about the Special Seats Bill, which aims to improve women's representation in our political institutions. My question is on the implementation challenges. What do you see as the biggest obstacle to the passing of the bill? Is it political, cultural, or legal? And how can we overcome this? If you can just make an attempt to answer that and the one that came before it.
Okay. Well, with regards to the Special Seats Bill, I shall answer you by telling you a story. I have a son. My father had two granddaughters who were 5 years older than my son, and they were showing signs of, growth, and they were charming and witty and chatty and beautiful. And my son comes 5 years later, and my father walks into the hospital, takes one look at my son and calls him leader of the pack. Now, if that's not affirmative action, I don't know what is. Because there he was, a day-old boy who had done absolutely nothing, and he was already the leader of the pack. And I think that that is one of the greatest cultural problems that we have. That leadership is conferred upon men whether or not they deserve leadership, and so that answers the cultural answer. With regards to political, it's deeply entrenched. With 4 women, and people react to what they see. So with only 11 women in the National Assembly and some states having 0 women, the picture of leadership wears a pair of trousers. And so Nigerians are socialized to believe that leadership is male, forgetting that back in the day we had the Queen Aminas of Zazzau and so on and so forth, who were very strong women and female leaders, and we had the Aba women riots led by strong women. And so when we try to suffer from the tragedy of the incomplete narrative and say historically women have always been in the backdrop, that's not true. Nigerian women have been very strong and they've led from the front. So I always challenge that cultural question. Now, with regards to politics, I mean, they would say that, and I'm always pat the example, if Nena could do it, so can you. But, I don't even want to tell you the backstory of how Nena gets to do it, because it's too much hard work. It's like all of us at the start line with both our hands tied behind the back and you asking us to run. One, there's disempowerment of women. elections in Nigeria are ridiculously expensive. How many women are empowered to afford it? The leaky pipeline between the number of women who want to run and the women who eventually become the things that they want to become is so dramatic. And so, you know, it's a myriad of reasons. So that in itself is a whole conversation on its own. With regards to the soldiers and the people who stand on the wall and ensure that our democracy runs. Let me give full disclosure. I'm a barrack child. My father was the first set of the Nigerian Air Force, so I'm a little partial to soldiers, and I understand what it is that they've done. And yes, especially at times like this, when they battle the kind of warfare, asymmetric warfare that they face, they must be given every encouragement that is required. I know that also in dealing with what the response, and I believe also it's policy, what do we want to do? Do we want to assimilate insurgents? Do we want to decimate them? Do we want to relocate them? And again, that is an entirely different conversation as to the welfare. It also speaks to policy, it speaks to strategy, it speaks to engagement, and so on and so forth. So in that as well is a bit of a convoluted answer. With regards to healthcare, well, the truth of the matter is that with brain drain, most of the doctors in Nigeria and the working conditions of doctors in Nigeria is pathetic. And so, yes, in the National Assembly, there's been conversations that people in public office must not be allowed to go abroad for medical treatment, that hopefully that would ensure that we deepen and strengthen our health institutions. I believe that it's work in progress. Again, it goes back to the people. How much citizen engagement is there? How much do the citizens demand what they want? And how much do we, the people in voting, help the leadership selection process to actually elect people who are going to answer to the questions that we raise?
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the last woman standing on the panel, Honorable Nnenna Okeji. Thank you so much for your wonderful contribution. And yes, please can we get a round of applause for the members of the audience for being fantastic, for being patient, and for being attentive. Okay, here's a sweetener. So in recognition of the wonderful work that the winner of the 2025 Unsung Hero, Sheikh Sagagi, has gotten an additional sum to help with his philanthropic gesture, and this is coming from the chairman of the occasion, former Senate President Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki, is donating an additional 1 million naira to Sheikh Musa Ibrahim Sagagi. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for adding value to this award. All right, I believe we have come to the end of what has been a successful engagement, the 23rd Daily Trust Dialogue. To formally close this program, I would like to invite the Group Chief Executive Officer of Media Trust Group, Malam Ibrahim Ahmed Shekaro, to deliver the vote of thanks and to, of course, share a message. Thank you.
Good afternoon, our chairman for today's event, our special guest. Good afternoon, participants. It has been such an honor for me to be part of this wonderful event. And on behalf of the Media Trust Group, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed guests, starting, of course, with the chairman of today's event, Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki. So we have a fair idea of your extremely busy schedule, and given the demise of the emir of the imam of Ilorin recently, we understand that as the Wazir Ngari of Ilorin you are probably expected to be by the Emir's side to support him in receiving people who are coming to condole with all of you there. The fact that you still flee out to come and join us here shows the tremendous respect that you have for our company, and of course, your commitment as a person to keep to all promises that you've made. We immensely appreciate this, sir. Our special guest of honor, KBAC, we also know that the KBAC had to make certain adjustments to ensure that he's personally here with us today. We don't take this for granted, sir. We really appreciate your presence with us, which is really a great honor to us. Special thanks to our guest speakers, starting with Honorable Nnenna Elendu Ukeje. When we extended our invitation to her, she was actually curious and was wondering whether it was actually a setup, that out of the lots that are there, some people who are eminently qualified to do this, why choose me? We are really glad that you actually accepted our invitation after we actually explained to you why we chose you to be one of our guest speakers. Mr. Sunday Dare is actually one of us, being a journalist, but we don't take it for granted that he has to be here with us. He's also a very busy person. Any person working around, under the president must be an extremely busy person. So the fact that he accepted our invitation, we really feel honored, and we thank him most sincerely for being here with us. I think Madam Nasir El-Rufai deserves more than thank you for making the extraneous effort to join us virtually for this 23rd Daily Trust Dialogue. We do not have sufficient words to express our appreciation to Malam, and we pray that God Almighty will grant you speedy and complete recovery, and I think a lot of Nigerians look forward to having you back home. Our heartfelt gratitude also goes to our special guests at today's event, the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Professor Nentawe Yilwada, His Royal Highness Alhaji Dr. Musa Idris, MFR, the Emir of Jua. Other special guests, too numerous for me to mention, because time will not actually allow me to recognize and appreciate everybody individually. Our Daily Trust Unsung hero for today, Sheikh Musa Ibrahim Sagagi, we are exceedingly delighted that you are able to join us, physically here today. We thank you most sincerely. Our partners, starting with the Nigerian Communications Commission, the Office of the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, the National Emergency Management Agency, MTN Nigeria. We really appreciate your support in the course of organizing today's event. Sincere thanks to the management of the University of Abuja and the Lotsville Academy, Gwarimpa, for accepting to send their students who are here with us, and we believe that there are lots of takeaways for them. The chairman and members of the board of directors of our own company, we cannot thank you enough for being supportive in the course of organizing today's event. I would also like to thank our shareholders immensely for always being present at the series of dialogues that we've been organizing in the past 23 years. We really appreciate your support. And kudos to members of the organizing committee of the 23rd Daily Trust Dialogue. This great event has put together, that was put together, at the expense of a lot of your personal comfort Our board is really proud of us, and may God Almighty reward all of us. Amen. Immense thanks to the management team and the entire staff of the Media Trust Group, because it's not only members of our organizing committee that actually worked to put together today's event. Our colleagues from various departments who are not members of the organizing committee have also contributed enormously in numerous ways towards making today's event the huge success that it is. Our colleagues from various media organizations that have actually supported us, promoting some of our press statements, and joining us today to cover this event. We really appreciate, your kindness. The management of NAV Conference Center and Suites, we thank you for the partnership and for the ambience of this hall. I wish to sincerely appreciate all participants that have made this event a memorable one for all of us. I would like to thank you all present here for making the time to be with us and helping us make this event a grand success. Thank you, one and all. Above all, I would like to give the greatest gratitude to God Almighty for making it possible and easy for us to organize, converge, and have a successful event today. I pray that He Almighty will spare our lives and give us the convenience to put together a greater show next year, which is an election year in our country. Amen. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that vote of thanks. But we've come to the end of the 23rd edition of this dialogue. But before we go, I'd like to call on Dr. Abubakar Bukola Saraki, as well as His Imperial Majesty, the Chairman, Board of Directors of Daily Media Trust, as well as our Unsung Hero awardee, to take a group picture quickly before we close this dialogue with the national anthem. Pardon me, I'd like to call on the Emir of Jiwa as well, Alhaji Idris Muhammad, to be part of the pictures. Can you be on the podium so that at least it could be easier to take the pictures, if possible? Photographers, is it going to be more conducive for them to be on the podium? Nobody's.
Former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, had also said that Governor Seyi Makinde is an ingrate.
I mean, this is a very, very unfortunate scenario, unfortunate person that we have in Oyo State as governor. He started very well, behaving like an innocent person. But he has since shown his true colors of a very deceptive person.
Lest I forget, sir, on this issue of Wike and the role he's playing, a minister cruising around the Rolls Royce?
If I was in his shoes, I wouldn't do all the things he...
On your honor, sir,
yes,
as a man of solid principles. I know you very well. A man of solid principles. How does it sound to you? How does it appear to you that a minister, a public servant, openly boasting that, yes, I bought the Rolls Royce and he's cruising in it? How does it sound to you, sir?
Well, I don't have all the evidences, I don't have the facts, but I know that... Let me tell you. We have EFCC in place. I still have confidence in EFCC. If EFCC believes they have enough evidence against me, I'm sure they will move against it.
Sir, Christians have been, discriminated against. They can't get lands for churches. They are being killed. They are being taken to Sharia courts.
Who is killed?
Sir,
the Constitution.
the next item after
religion.
Sir, the next item after introduction of Sharia legal jurisprudence is to set up the Hizbah police that says you can't drink this, you can't go to parties, you can't do this.
Intolerance for
Really?
Yes, you are very intolerant.
With the evidence.
There's no evidence anywhere.
From the north?
There's no evidence anywhere. We are operating the same 1999 constitution as amended.
Let me ask you pointedly, sir.
Yes.
Would you introduce Sharia if you become governor for your state?
If the people ask for it, I mean, a lot of people oppose Sharia, people like you, out of intolerance.
No,
that is the truth.
That's not correct, sir.
Let me tell you.
You're welcome to the show.
It's my pleasure always.
Nice to have you. Now, without further ado, the governor for your state, Seyi Makinde, did an interview recently where he took on, made responses to a number of issues. And one of them, which seemed to have been so controversial, was to say that he would not support the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
See, child talk.
Child talk.
And his support or possible support or otherwise is totally irrelevant.
Really?
Irrelevant because, look, if you look at Tinubu before 2023 election, between then and now, you see the enormous number of defections into the APC, and the main attraction is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which is, I mean, it's like bringing everybody into the party. So, I mean, it's -1 plus 100, as far as I can, say sincerely and, altruistically. So it's irrelevant.
I mean, that would be arguable. A lot of people.
It's not a person, if you are from Oyo State, you know this. In last year, this time, what PDP in Oyo State was, it is a quarter now of what it used to be. Very, main sections of PDP supporting, the guy have left him because he's a man who cannot sustain a friendship from morning to night in just one day. He's a use and dump person. And so, I mean, we won't miss him. I can assure you about that.
Are you sure about this?
I mean, we will miss him. And I will repeat this, I will remind you of this after the 2027 elections.
Well, like I said, that is arguable.
Well, to you, it may be arguable.
And one of the issues that came up also was that, because after that, former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, had also said, the guy that Governor Seyi Makinde is an ingrate because he didn't tell Nigerians or the people of Oyo State that the president, who is saying he will not support, gave him 50 billion naira to, support as relief for those Bodija bomb blast and all of that. And then Seyi Makinde responded to say, no,
originally Seyi Makinde denied it, denied receipt of that money. But when he challenged Fayose to bring evidence. When the man brought, solid evidence, he had to shamelessly accept that, it was not 50 billion, it was 30 billion. How much of it did he share to the victims of the bomb blast? How much did he share?
Well, he said the money was in deposit, not.
Was it meant to be in deposit?
Yeah, because he said it was not complete, so he was waiting for the balance.
For how long? For how many years will he wait for the balance? And who has seen the bank lodgement? I mean, this is a very, very unfortunate scenario, unfortunate person that we have in Oyo State as governor. He started very well, behaving like an innocent person. But he has since shown his true colors of a very deceptive person. I mean, is this same person who in 2025 announced that he was going to use 63 billion naira to renovate government house, not to rebuild, I mean, it was senseless to most people. A government house that you didn't live in for 6 years, it now remains less than 2 years. You want to renovate it for 60. Who is asking you to use 63 billion of your state money to renovate? I mean, it was simply a deceptive ploy to get money for his, presidential, ill-fated presidential ambition.
Has he announced any presidential ambitions?
Of course, I mean, nobody, he has not denied it.
Okay, you would assess his government, but let's finish with this issue of the fallout from his interview. Part of the reasons why, in fact, the main reason why he said he would not support the president was that the president has not delivered. That the current economic situation... Sorry, sir, let me finish that. The current socio-economic situations of Nigerians are quite terrible. I mean, that's the summary of what he said. And that based on that, we should give another person a shot at the president. Do you disagree with him?
I disagree with him. This is the same person who for 2 years or for more than 2 years, was taking monies meant for local government chairmen and was pocketing it.
Do you have evidence to that, sir?
Do you have evidence? Has he ever given evidence as to the fact that monies meant for local governments had been... He said he does not believe in the independence of local governments.
But that does not mean he does not give them their funds.
But he does. I'm challenging him now to give evidence.
Because there's no local, to the best of my memory, no local government chairman has come out to say they are not getting their funds.
They cannot, because they got there by his mercy. He was the one who corruptly put them in place. There was supposed to be a local government election which never existed, which never happened. And so they maybe after his tenure, they will come out to tell the people the true situation of things in Oyo State.
So are you saying Seyi Makinde, governor of Oyo State, is wrong in his assessment of the Tinubu's administration?
Let me tell you. Nigeria, when Tinubu came, Nigeria became a business ongoing.
A business?
Ongoing business. It's like a dilapidated house. You inherit a dilapidated house. You need to take very stringent measures to rebuild the house. Part of the things you have to do is to demolish the existing, dilapidated structure in order to bring in solid foundation to build onto it. I mean, if you are saying the Tinubu administration has not delivered, local governments will not agree that the Tinubu government has not made a difference in their lives. A difference in the sense that Tinubu liberated the local government. A number of governors are still sitting on it, and he has given them a threat that he has the yam, he has the knife, and unless they do the needful within the shortest possible time, he will take action. The Supreme Court gave a decision, solid decision, liberating local government. And some governors, like, Seyi Makinde, refused to obey and refused to implement the Supreme Court thing. Can such a person, does he have a mouth to criticize Tinubu? The students who never had opportunity of financing their own education, who now have NEL fund, to their rescue, would they say there has not been a positive impact on their lives? So many poor people who are being given money to start their businesses, would they agree with him that Tinubu has not made any difference? The one thing which has happened in terms of solid infrastructure, which never happened in this country, is the fact that between Lagos and Calabar now we're having a coastal highway of 750 kilometers of solid road, which we have never seen in this country before. From Badagry to Sokoto, we are having 1,000 kilometers of solid road, highway. It has never happened before. It requires a lot of courage. A lot of infrastructures are coming up. So the government has, is laying, solid foundation for the development of this country. At the international level, we have gained a lot more respect particularly in the economic sphere, in the social sphere, in political sphere, and so on and so forth. So it's only a drunkard who will say that Tinubu has not made any difference.
Well, if we do a poll of Nigerians, we wait to see what they think. No, but because of time, you are going to be, you are vying to be governor.
By the grace of God.
So, do an assessment now of the incumbent Governor Seyi Makinde. Do an assessment. A few minutes. Do an assessment. Do a critique. Objective, sir.
I am a very objective person. He has done well in such certain areas, particularly in road infrastructure. I mean, I would concede to him. He built the road in my own town, Shaki. Between Moniya and Isenyi, the road was supposed to have been built by the previous government. If we didn't do it, he did it. He has also done a lot of roads within Ibadan. Again, Ogbomoso Isenyi Road, I particularly suggested it to him that he should open up that place. And today he took my advice, and I'm saying this publicly. He took my advice. When I gave him the advice, I gave him advice about opening up Isenyi to Ogbomoso and opening up Isenyi to Irua. He has taken one and concluded it. He has not done the other one. He has done a number of other things like that. But that is not all. Poverty level is still as bad as it has always been. And the issue of incorruptibility, you cannot beat your chest on him. You cannot beat your chest on him. I'm a well-educated person, I'm exposed politically and all of that, and I know him very well. Where he deserves credit, I'll give him credit. Where he doesn't deserve credit, for instance, the roads, local roads that local governments are supposed to be doing, the chairmen merely go to the office once a week. They have nothing to do because there's no money. That is not the best of good governance. That cannot be the best of good governance. So,
let's go back to what he has done. I doubt if the only thing he has done is just road infrastructure, because I'm aware, that he has partnered with the African Development Bank on, agro-business, sectors. Some, I've forgotten some. There's one, a few of them, about 2 or 3 of them. I know because they have the African Development Bank people.
Yes,
I consult for them, so I know.
Okay.
So you know what I'm saying, sir.
Let me tell you.
Apart from that, what of primary healthcare, primary schools, and all of that?
Let me tell you.
And then also, before I forget, this issue of incorruptibility.
Yes.
Do you have evidence? Because don't forget, sir, Seyi Makinde publicly declared that he was a billionaire before coming. In fact, hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir.
He was a billionaire.
He said he was a billionaire. In fact, he deposed in his form. Hold on, sir. He deposed in his form that the Code of Conduct Bureau. And he says it all the time that he does not even need government money.
But
so
we know
do you have evidence that Seyi Makinde is corrupt?
He is misusing the fact that he refused to release local government funds is enough evidence against him.
He's not the only governor that has done that.
No, but are we assessing all other governors?
But that's what they all do.
No, but we must be particular about it because you are asking questions on Seyi Makinde.
Yes.
I don't have evidence about other.
Do you have evidence about Seyi Makinde that he does not release money to local government?
No, I have evidence. Because the local governments, when you meet a lot of their chairmen, they tell you there's no.
Because I have not seen one single local government.
Have you interviewed any of the local government chairmen? Have you interviewed any?
Sir, a southwestern state, Ogun State, one of the local government chairmen took Governor Dapo Abiodun, went public. And the guy, he ended up being suspended and all of that.
In
Ogun State. Okay. There has not been one in Oyo State.
So the fact that the Ogun State man was suspended is even a caution for, local government.
Why? If you are sure of what you are doing.
Let me tell you, I am saying this on public television now.
Yes.
I'm saying it on public television.
Yes.
Let him come and, prosecute me. And then we go to court and he come and show evidence contrary to what I'm saying. Does it make sense, for instance, to you, that a governor would want to use 63 billion to renovate, emphasis, a government house where he has not lived for 6 years? If you want to build a new government house, how much would you spend? Would you spend 1 trillion naira? I mean, those are evidences of the man's susceptibility to corruption. You know, I mean, I don't have a responsibility. He has a responsibility to assure Nigerians, particularly the people of Oyo.
Is it wrong, sir, to build a befitting government house?
Is that the most important? Let me tell you, part of my constituency at the state government level, at the state level, is a place called Akinyele Idiose. I once met with 9 communities, and they told me in their 9 communities there's only one school. Only one school for about 9 communities. With dilapidated structures. And government has not considered it necessary to build new schools for each of the communities. I have said this time and time, you know, on television. I've started saying this more than a year ago. Nothing has been done. He started renovating some schools within Ibadan Township in less than a year ago. I mean, if I am governor, certainly I will perform much, much better than he's doing now. Because I am incorruptible. I'm not like him. I'm a person who will respect the Supreme Court judgment. Even with that Supreme Court judgment, money-spent, how would he feel if the federal government is also sitting on money-spent for your state, like he is doing for local government?
So you are saying publicly now to the whole world, particularly your state citizens, that if you eventually become the governor for your state, if you become the governor for your state, you would not touch local government allocation.
I was Minister of Communications for 4 years. I can thank God and I can boast and beat my chest that I remain incorruptible to the extent that people in my town, when I left office, they were making jest of me. That when I became minister, they invited me to come so that they teach me how to steal government money. I refused to yield to their advice. And that is why I don't have money now. I mean, I am proud of that. And today, if anybody tells me...
But do you regret not stealing?
I will
in
never
the light of what some of your colleagues, sir.
Stealing.
Sorry, sir. In the light of some of your colleagues.
Yes.
Malami, for instance. Sirika, and a few of others.
Yes.
Don't you regret not helping yourself?
I pity them, rather. All those who stood. Let me tell you, my stance against corruption is not because there's EFCC or there's ICPC, but because I'm a Muslim, a thoroughbred Muslim, who knows that the Prophet once said, any flesh nourished by haram food, that is illegal food, will not enter paradise. And because I want to enter paradise, and because I expect death anytime, I will not do anything which will make God to question me when I get to the hereafter.
So, Malami and the rest of them who profess to be, you don't know that that's actually believe they are better Muslims than Yoruba
They
Muslims.
cannot.
So why don't they believe this?
They are ignorant of Islam. I have written 8 books on Islam.
We'll come back to this subject of Islam, but let's make some progress. You have publicly declared your
ambition to govern,
to become governor for your state.
Yes.
And you are aspiring for the ticket of the APC.
Yes.
So you'll be going on a head-on collision with such heavyweights as the former candidate, Senator Teslim Folarin.
Yes.
And then the current Minister for Power, Adebayo Adelabu.
Yes.
And others, Senator Abdul Fattah.
We are 10 aspirants.
Sir, so what gives you the confidence? Number one. Number two, do you have the war chest?
I don't
the financial war chest.
All that I need is God's support.
Really?
I can show you. I don't need a war chest.
Is God coming down to vote?
You don't worry about that, please. God works in wonders, in wonderful ways. Let me tell you the scenario in your state. We are 10 aspirants as of today. Of the 10, I'm the poorest in terms of finance.
You're the poorest?
I'm the poorest in terms of finance. But I'm the most experienced. I'm the oldest in the game. I've been in politics for 47 years. I have been a member of the House of Assembly 4 years. I've been Commissioner for Information.
Attorney General.
I have been Attorney General and I have been Minister. Nobody has a combination of this experience. And experiences cannot be bought, from the marketplace. So I'm not intimidated about not having money for this game.
On the flip side,
yes,
some of these your co-contestants would say you have had enough. Only you have been all this that you listen.
The experience that I have.
Hold on, sir. Yes. They will say you've been all of this.
Yes.
Even up to federal minister.
I've never been
of a quote and unquote juicy portfolios communication. That's number one. Then number two, the age factor. And let me also ask that: does the zoning? There's a zoning formula in Oyo State. Does it favor?
Zoning favors me.
Okay.
I come from Okyogun area with 10 local governments where we have never had a governor.
Okay.
Ibadan with 11 local governments have had governor 6 times. Yeah. Ogbomoso has had it twice. The Akintola, first premier of Western region, and Akala. It is only Okyogun that has never had, and I believe that our party will make the right decision to rotate because of this. When Tinubu came up to aspire for president, he had to appeal to the North, which had the majority of population, to allow rotation. And the Yorubas have this adage, "Ajoji odunbe nikan oni." If we all own Oyo State, why would only one section dominate governance? So it favors me. Unfortunately, in terms of experience, I have more than every other person. When you talk of age, number one, the Nigerian Constitution, which we follow, gives minimum age. Yeah. It does not give maximum age. So if President Tinubu, who is much older than me, can be president with a bigger task at the national level, what prevents me from using my accumulated experiences for the benefit of the people of Oyo State?
Okay, but the governor, who is he supporting? Because I reckon he also would want to. Hold on, sir. He wants to leave a legacy of having installed a successor from the Okeogun. So, who is this? Who is he?
It's not my business.
Who is the elected candidate?
It's not my business to know what his party is supporting. Mm-hmm. What I am very sure of, whoever they bring up, once we have a candidate of APC from Okyogun, we will defeat Makinde's candidate.
Have you sold your aspiration to the president, and is he backing you?
It is not for public discourse, this question you are asking me.
Well,
he's my leader. He is my leader. He knows me very well. And he knows my contribution. He knows my contribution to his own success and triumph. So if I would confer with him, if I would seek whatever, it's not for public discussion.
Okay. Let's move on from that. the political space in the wider Nigeria is shrinking, by the day, as in terms of opposition politics.
Okay.
And we're sliding gradually into next year's general elections.
Okay.
Oppositions are crying. They're making so much cry about a deliberate effort to sabotage opposition politics. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. You will respond. You would respond, definitely, sir. So, the common phrase now in the public space amongst informed Nigerians is that Nigerians gradually, if not already,
whose fault is that?
Become a one-party state.
Whose fault is it?
What do you say to this?
Look, it is commonsensical. If you are in a party, the main opposition party we have in Nigeria is PDP. If you belong to PDP, we does not even have a national executive. Would you remain there if you have aspirations?
What about Labour Party?
It is for them to go. As the APC prevented anybody from going to Labour Party. Even Labour Party is not what it used to be.
Accord Party, sir, was okay. It was fine. Until Ademola Adeleke, they came from PDP and moved to Accord Party. Then suddenly, someone woke up one morning and said, he has factionalized the party.
Perhaps those who wanted to be governorship candidate in Accord Party, if they feel threatened that is a bigger person, a more powerful person is coming to their party, they will feel threatened. That is not our business. It's for those members in the various parties to be steadfast.
Let me put you on the spot, sir. You're a good Muslim. I know you personally.
Alhamdulillah.
I know you're a good Muslim.
I thank God.
A good Muslim, just like a good Christian. One of the tenets, we do not lie.
I thank God.
Are you saying there is no deliberate effort from the ruling APC hold on, sir, to hollow out, to as it were, sabotage opposition parties, particularly PDP, Labour Party? Are you saying there is no deliberate effort?
If you have any evidence to it, please say it to the public.
The evidence is everywhere.
What is the evidence?
Okay, take the spoiler role of Nyesom Wike in the PDP.
Okay.
Is it normal to you, sir?
Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it?
You're asking me, sir?
Yes, I will ask you. Nyesom Wike.
Who is backing Nyesom Wike?
Who is backing him?
Yes.
Who would have been backing him? Does Nyesom Wike need anybody to back him to play the role he's playing?
Absolutely, he needs.
He doesn't.
Okay, so you think if Nyesom Wike was not FCT minister, he would have the wherewithal to do what he's doing?
Is it a fault that he was appointed minister of FCT? Because he had contributed to the success of Tinubu, and Tinubu decided as a grateful person to compensate him with that money. So whatever he does with his private life and his private political role, he's not been forced to come over to APC. Recall that even in his state, a lot of political actors have crossed over to APC. He's not forced. He decides and he beats his chest that he's a member. And that's not my business.
In the Seyi Makinde interview we referenced when we began, one of the statements he made that went viral was that when Seyi Makinde, the G5, the governors, the former governors, Ikpeazu, Ogunanyi, Wike, Makinde, when they met Tinubu, that Seyi Makinde said he was surprised when Wike told the president that he would hold the PDP for him.
Okay.
So they came out to the corridor, and Seyi Makinde said he asked Wike that is not part of what we came here for.
Was what Wike told the president?
Yes.
Was it the president who made that statement?
Good question. Now, the president told Seyi Makinde one-on-one that when Seyi Makinde was saying, are you nominating Adebayo Adelabu as minister so that he can, revamp APC in Oyo State? The president told Seyi Makinde that, no, it's not Adebayo I want, it is you that I want.
Okay, that was a wish?
The president was telling Seyi Makinde to leave PDP and help him resuscitate or revive APC.
Could he have forced Makinde to do whatever he wanted?
I just gave these examples to let you know that
these are irrelevant.
What is going on in the opposition parties is a deliberate effort to destabilize them.
If you, as unpowerful as you are, could anybody force you to go into any political party?
No, we're talking about inducement of anything, sir.
What type of inducement? Even if there's an inducement, are you forced to take an inducement?
Why not?
Why? Are you forced to take? Was Seyi Makinde forced to take?
Sir.
So he refused. And so, assuming that he refused, could anybody have forced him to do what he does not want to do?
The fear of the FCC is also there. But let's make progress, sir. Let's make progress.
Okay.
Are you satisfied with the way the president has governed in the last almost 3 years now? Are you
Let me tell you,
give me a score.
Let me tell you, I actually sympathize with the president because what he inherited in terms of the dilapidation of Nigeria, I'm sure he never imagined it. It was after he came in that a lot of things were, coming up. Remember also, if you talk of removal of oil subsidy, before the election, all the three main political gladiators who wanted to be president, they all said in unison that if they got in, they would remove fuel subsidy. So that means if Bola Tinubu was not the winner, if it had been, Atiku or Obi, the same thing would have happened. And any serious-minded person must not have the fear, he must have the courage to do what is right. Because if you don't do what is right, you'll be merely postponing the evil day for the country. So as far as I'm concerned, I sympathize with him, and I pray that God will continue to help him for him to succeed.
The rider to this is that some of the other candidates, Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, had said before removal of fuel subsidy, they would have put in palliative.
When did they say that?
To cushion the effects. They expected shocks.
They did not say that before the election. It was after the election that they said, so that they can have argument against Mr. President.
I know that they said that before.
Well, I didn't.
I know that they said that before. You know it's my field, so I know.
It's also my field. I'm also a man of public affairs.
You know it's my field, so I know.
I am a man, other than the fact that I didn't take journalism.
Yes. Was that even if you like, you protest from now till forever, I will
It's
remove
about
that subsidy.
style.
You said that.
They all wanted the same goal of removing fuel subsidy. The style of each of them will certainly be different.
Lest I forget, sir, on this issue of Wike and the role he's playing, is it not becoming a liability? Should the president allow his minister run amok?
I am sure Mr. President will take the appropriate decisions where he decides, when he...
Is it not becoming too late?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. It's up to Mr. President, is his employer.
A minister cruising around in the Rolls Royce? You've been alive long before me.
How would it? Let me tell you, I'm not wicked. If I was in his shoes, I wouldn't do all the things he...
On your honor, sir, as a man of solid principles. I know you very well. You're a man of solid principles. How does it sound to you? How does it appear to you that a minister, a public servant, openly boasting that, yes, I bought the Rolls Royce and is cruising in it? How does it sound to you, sir?
Well, I don't have all the evidences. I don't have the facts, but I know that... Let me tell you. We have EFCC in place. I still have confidence in EFCC. If EFCC believes they have enough evidence against it, I'm sure they will move against it.
Okay. The president is in control of the legislative, the National Assembly. When I mean control, I mean they do his bidding, more or less. Whatever. I mean, somehow you know it's a fact.
Number one.
They have no. I've not made the question. Let me make the question. Let me make the question. They've not turned him down, not even once, on anything.
Yes.
So that's what I mean by control. The judiciary maybe not so overtly, but covertly. They also have, I mean, this Wike man we're talking about said he has been helping them, even in the Oshun scenario and all of that. But the point is this. Having control of the National Assembly, isn't that expected to have been used to the advantage of the country in terms of rule of law, fighting corruption, and all of that? What do you say, sir?
Look, I am a lawyer of almost 50 years, and I will not come here and make reckless statements. I don't have facts about most of the things. It would be uncharitable for anybody to come here and indict the legislature and the judiciary. With regard to the legislature, I've been a member of the legislature before. I believe that the legislature, up to this moment, I have not had cause to disagree with them on any of the issues they have discussed. If they do, believe me, I would make my reservations known. So the fact that they are all so far in concord with each other, the executive and the legislature, means that there's some agreement between them. Maybe they agree with Mr. President on the issues. The legislature is made up of how much? 300 and 400.
360 in the 109.
Exactly. You wouldn't expect that 409 people, statesmen, will just agree with Mr. President on every issue if they don't have cause to believe in what he's doing.
And this is a good point where you just anchored now, and I will take off from there. What is your opinion on the lack of values, principles, integrity amongst politicians? You said it now. No, hold on, sir.
I will respond.
Hold on, sir. You said you have not seen the National Assembly member disagree with it because they are statesmen. Why have they not disagreed? Brilliant point. Because the National Assembly, until now, was made up of, members from the APC, members from the PDP, members from the Labour Party. But then they all went into that National Assembly, both the Senate and the House, and there has been not one single disagreement on anything. Is that normal in a democracy?
Well, it may be normal if you agree with a new point being brought to you. Why not? You are not there to just go and oppose every thing that is brought. If you believe in it, you agree. If you don't believe in it, you disagree. They are free, they are independent.
So since almost 3 years, there has been nothing for these different parties.
Did you expect that the legislature would take a position of just opposing Mr. President, whether what he brings in is right or wrong. And you have any particular issue that Mr. President took to the National Assembly, and the National Assembly ought to have opposed and they did not oppose? If you have any
there are few, there are quite a number. The tax reform bills, we didn't hear anything from the National Assembly members. Indeed, it was members of the APC that were actually at the vanguard. The first resistance to that tax bill, if I remember very well, was the governor of Borno State, an APC member, and a few other senators based on APC, not Labour senators or reps, not PDPs. In fact, as we speak now, sir, hold on, sir, as we speak now, almost all the senators and reps from the opposition parties, they've all decamped.
So whose fault is it?
What is that's what brings me to the question, and I repeat it. What is responsible for the lack of values?
You cannot use that as a measure of non-existence of values. You cannot use what is happening there.
So are you saying our politicians have values, sir? Is that what you're saying?
Let me tell you, I can speak authoritatively on the issue of values in Nigeria.
Okay. Please go ahead.
If you go, the problem is not with politicians, but with Nigerians as a whole. If you go to any community, as a politician, I've had to go to several communities. If you go to any community wanting to seek their support, instead of they asking, what will you do for us when you get to that position? What they are asking is, what did you bring for us? People don't have patience to wait until you get there. And I have always said this. People who become politicians, there's no particular school or college or institute where you are trained in Nigeria to become a politician. So if you remove all the assemblymen, legislators, and you bring in a new set of Nigerians, they are most likely to do the same thing, because that is the Nigerian factor. That is what Nigerians want to do.
Is Governor Shemaki not a man of principles? Because he said, one of the reasons that he said he will not support, hold on, sir. One of the reasons he said he was not going to support the president was that Nigeria cannot be a one-party state. There must be more. There must be pluralism. There must be multiplicity of choices.
Who is applauding pluralism?
That is what is going on. If the president is going about, hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Just hold on. No, hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Yesterday, there's been rumors. I mean, let's use the most recent one. Okay. There's been rumors that Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf of the NNPP was going to decamp to the APC.
No, actually,
sir, hold on. No, let me finish that. I was so sure that it will never happen. Yes. Because that is the only party of that. That's the only candidate, governorship candidate of that party. Yes. I was so sure that it will never happen.
Exactly.
But yesterday, he visited the villa.
Yes.
And then he's declaring today, as we're told.
Yes.
Now, the NNPP and the APC, their ideologies, even if it's only on paper, they are remarkably different.
In what way?
So, what would make somebody who has professed Kwankwansia movement ideology suddenly become a darling of the APC?
Let me tell you what is happening.
Yes.
Let me tell you what is happening. Most governors decide to come to APC.
For what, sir?
For existential purposes.
What is it? What is the...
They know in Kano, if the man does not perhaps take advantage and go to APC, he's not likely to succeed because there will then be an APC candidate.
Yes.
The probability is that if he comes, he would have prevented APC from having an independent governorship candidate who will challenge him. So it is so existential. It's like they are thinking ahead. They don't want any opposition. They want to remain the sole candidate for governorship. And that is what is driving a lot of them, not because anybody is threatening them.
What would make an incumbent governor who has, by 2027 he will have done 4 years, what would make him so scared of competition from opposition that would have to run in?
Because he knows that APC cannot do all the
sorry, sir. If not that he is afraid that they would use so-called federal might.
What is the federal might? What is the federal might? APC was in government when this, when the last 2023 election. What power did we use against the other?
Because the character of the president is different from this one. Don't you agree, sir?
Well, maybe you want to manufacture a character for Mr. President. different from that of Buhari. I know where they are different. Buhari was not a man given to supervision.
Was not a man
given to supervising.
Okay.
Our current president is a different man. His experience in Lagos State for 8 years shows the kind of person he is. He's very active, he's alive to his responsibilities, and he wants to ensure that all his staff are under, check. So, but in terms of governance, it's not this president who is the federal government. And I have not seen anything which the current president is doing to threaten others, other than the fact that people who think that the president is doing very well and APC is likely to have, give, for instance, in Osun, did we threaten anybody to go to, to come to APC? We didn't. In fact, the man wanted to come to APC. We are saying, our members in Osun are saying, no, we don't need you. So he went to another party. We already have our own governorship candidate. And I'm sure a lot of things have changed because a lot of members of, other parties are coming into APC.
Time is running fast, and I'm enjoying.
I hope you will make it 2 hours next time.
we'll see how so minutes, sir. But this is interesting. First Republic, Second Republic politicians, they were of a different stature. They were men, who had, character, strong personalities, and they were highly intellectual. The First Republic more so than, the Second Republic. And I'm glad you lived through all of this. Why is it that the current set in this Fourth Republic particularly, they are remarkably of lower...
Let me tell you one thing, you might disagree.
Listen.
But the truth is, in the First Republic, politics was more tribal. Today it is more national. That's the truth of it. Although at that time, despite his superior, inclination, he was not allowed to become president of Nigeria because of tribe, because of the Yoruba man. People in other places, I give an example today, with due respect to all others in Nigeria, I will not introduce free education at all levels. And today, Yorubas are the most educated in terms of Nigeria. Today we have banditry in the Northwest because Awolowo had warned, if you refuse to train the children of the poor, they will ensure that your own children cannot sleep with both eyes closed. All the bandits you have today is because of the negligence of our leaders in the Northwest to ensure that everybody is educated. In the Northeast, you have Boko Haram because these people have been abandoned. A lot of them have been abandoned. They grow up to discover that they don't have anything holding for them. They don't have any future. They don't have jobs. They are not educated. They are, So they think, what do they lose if they take to arms? But today, if you look at Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he's more of a nationalist, not a Yoruba leader. He's more of a nationalist. And a lot of our leaders, if you look at across the line. So things might be different because there's, transformation in society.
But the material conditions, sir, in spite of you saying the current set of politicians are national rather than being tribal. In fact, some would argue that that is actually the foundation of our problems, that we were better off as regions. As regions. But sir, the question is, why are Nigerians worse off 65 years? Why are Nigerians
because somebody like Awolowo never succeeded to become president. If he had succeeded, he would have laid the same foundation that he laid for Southwest. He would have laid it for the whole country.
Whenever you talk, you are a pupil of Awolowo.
I'm a student of Awolowo School of Politics.
Awolowo, you touch a rod as well.
Yes, I'm a student of Awolowo School of Politics.
I won't say.
And if I have any opportunity to be governor, I will reestablish Awolowo's life more abundant philosophy in my state.
Now, this next issue is very sensitive. Yorubas from the Southwest have lived peacefully amongst ourselves, and we're perhaps the most accommodating of every ethnicity in Nigeria. We're very tolerant, religiously, and very open-handed.
Are you saying that because you're a Yoruba man?
I'm speaking facts. Those who are very objective person.
Okay.
Sir, we're very accommodating, we're very tolerant. There is hardly any Yoruba household that does not have a mixture of all the religions, including mine. My own father was a reverend gentleman. Even though he was a civil boy, he was a reverend gentleman. But I have uncles, his own brothers, who are Muslims. I never had my father say any derogatory word about Muslims. Not once in his 82 years of existence. Not once. Our house in Yemetu, I was born in Ibadan. Our house in Yemetu, we had Muslims. We eat salah rams. I never had anything discriminatory.
Nobody, you look radiant.
So here's the deal, sir. Suddenly, some Yoruba leaders of the Islamic faith rose up and said, we want Sharia, some elements of Sharia legal jurisprudence to be incorporated into our, secular legal. And I was stunned when I actually saw you amongst them, because you are a leading Islamic figure.
Thank God.
Why do you think Sharia is the...
Let me ask you.
Yes, sir.
How does Sharia, if it is institutionalized, how does it affect you, a Christian?
It affects me because of what I see happening in other parts of Nigeria.
Are there not Christians in Kano, in Maiduguri?
Sir, even though I'm the one asking the question, the question I'm putting to you is that what has been the fallout of the introduction of Sharia in the northern part of Nigeria?
What is it? How does it affect you negatively? That's the question. How does it affect Christians in those?
Sir, Christians have been, discriminated against. They can't get lands for churches. They are being killed. They are being taken to Sharia courts.
Who is killed?
Sir,
the Constitution.
The next item after
religion.
Sir, the next item after introduction of Sharia legal jurisprudence is to set up the Hizbah police that says you can't drink this, you can't go to parties, you can't do this.
Intolerance for
really?
Yes, you are very intolerant.
With the evidence.
There's no evidence anywhere. There's no evidence anywhere. We are operating the same 1999 Constitution as amended.
Let me ask you pointedly, sir. Yes. Would you introduce Sharia if you become governor for your state?
Well, if the people ask for it, let me tell you, even the Constitution says it should be established wherever it is demanded.
So it's open. You may introduce
It is open because the Constitution allows it. I don't run away from battles.
The Obafemi Awolowo that you and I are students of his ideology. Did he profess in any way?
Let me tell you, it was Obafemi Awolowo who introduced Pilgrims Welfare Board. Not even a Christian,
No, that's not introducing Sharia.
It is part of Sharia. It is part of Sharia. I mean, a lot of people oppose Sharia, people like you, out of intolerance.
No,
that is the truth.
That's not correct, sir.
Let me tell you, if there is Sharia in any community, no Christian can be forced to go in on that Sharia. Because the Constitution is supreme. We have courts, we have legislation, we have lawyers. So how would anybody be forced to come under Sharia and he will not take a lawyer to defend his rights?
Sir, is there any provisions in our normal legal jurisprudence that the laws of Nigeria cannot adequately cover that we now need Sharia?
Yes. I'll give you an example. I got married under Islamic law. If I want to divorce, God forbid, if I want to divorce any of my wives, where do I take the divorce case to?
Do the normal courts not?
The normal court, do they know Sharia? Do they know the provisions of the Sharia?
Customary courts don't know.
Courts don't know. The illiterate in Sharia.
You call a lawyer an illiterate in
in the Sharia, about Sharia law, under which I got married.
I doubt if Yoruba people support your candidacy.
Let me tell you, you are talking as if every Yoruba man is a Christian.
Of course, I know. I just told you.
There are Muslims who want Sharia. In fact, even in Lagos State, there are Sharia panels, non-governmental Sharia panels. There is in Oyo, there is in Ibadan, there are in many communities, even in Ekiti.
Let me ask you this, sir. One of the meetings that I saw you, when I told a friend of mine last night, so I was
bringing
you. You know what he said, sir?
What did he say?
He said, "Oh, please, Wale, I beg you, make sure you ask him what
I am ready to.
What is he doing? Hold on,
I am ready to.
I should ask you, what are you doing with Sheikh Abubakar Gumi?
The simple.
Why are you bringing Gumi?
I didn't bring
a terrorist sympathizer.
I didn't bring him, and I don't agree with him on his position about.
But why are you hobnobbing with him, sir?
Not hobnobbing. The Muslims of the North, Muslim scholars of the North, and Muslim scholars of Yoruba land had a meeting about unity. And they invited many of us, and I went there. In fact, the day I went to that meeting, I was traveling abroad. I just got in there, spent about an hour or so, and left abroad. So what is the problem? Let me tell you, interestingly, Gumi has a police orderly following him all over the place. If the government did not find him sufficiently guilty to not only arrest him, but also goes, gives him police order. Who am I to discriminate against Gumi?
Okay, let's rest on that. Who wins 2027 elections?
God will decide.
Oh,
you mean at the presidential
level? Yes,
level?
at the presidential level.
I know by the grace of God, Bola Ahmed Tinubu will remain as our president.
So Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar,
they are just wasting their time. They are just wasting their time. They are noise makers.
Oh,
many of them are very intelligent, but in terms of the Nigerian president,
yes,
it is Bola Ahmed Tinubu's continuing turn.
In 2023, sir, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi got almost 12 million votes, 6.9, 6.1.
So they will add that of 2023 together.
They are actually expected to build on it.
So who told you that APC will remain with just 8 million votes?
Of course.
When more than half of PDP who gave Atiku some 6% are already with us now.
So what you're saying is that it's a foregone conclusion.
I am very sure about that. God has assured me that Tinubu will remain our president.
And then
by the grace of God, if I am given a ticket, I win.
But what are your chances? What are your chances?
No, it's not God. I'm not God. I don't decide. It's only God. I don't beat my chest when God has not yet told me who would be governor. But I'm making my own effort and I'm praying to him. And I believe he would answer my prayers.
How are the youth demography? How are they receiving your? Because that's a critical.
Of course, let me tell you. I'm a father of the youth. I became member of the House of Assembly at age 26. I was a youth, so I'm an example for the youth. And I want to bring, for instance, one of the key things I want to do to help the youth is from day one that I become governor, there will be free education at all levels. One other cardinal program of my administration will be full and gainful employment for all citizens. And when I say all citizens, most of them will be youths.
How do you want to create this employment?
You want me to tell you my formula?
In just, a couple of minutes.
You want me to
government cannot employ.
That's my
1% or 2%.
Government does not have to employ entrepreneurship.
Yes.
Entrepreneurship is the way to go.
Okay.
For instance, one of my strategies.
What about agriculture, sir?
Let me tell you what I would do. Once I become governor, I will announce publicly on the same day, all graduates of agriculture from Oyo State must come to governors on such and such a day. And I tell you, I'm not going to give any of you. You are trained farmers. I'm going to give each of you 10 acres of land, give you a tractor each, and give you seed money for you to start.
Do we have available lands in Oyo State?
Of course, we have more than that. Wasting away.
What happened to sold these ideas to Ajimobi?
Let's go into that. I contested against Ajimobi at that time.
I know.
He defeated me, so he didn't even want to see me, not to talk of, getting any advice from me. But that is history now. If I have opportunity as a product of Awolowo School of Politics, Awolowo had 4 cardinal programs during his time. I have expanded that to 7 cardinal programs, which I would implement.
Former Minister Adebayo Shitu, it was nice having you on the program.
Thank you so very much.
Welcome back to the morning show here on Arise News. Joining us now with stories trending around the world is Bimbai Mutinhiri Ekpeyong. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Bati. Morning, Ayo. Good morning. Rufai Fire. Where did you bring me from, Calabar? How do you go to Calabar? You come back empty-handed.
What did I bring you from? Ask the question again.
Okay, what did you bring me from Calabar?
Ojuju Calabar.
I hope everybody is doing well.
You didn't see that coming.
Yes. We're celebrating with our good friend, a father to me, Donald Duke, as he gave away his youngest daughter yesterday to the son of Pastor Tony Rapo. We wish them a very happy married life.
Congratulations. PT, as it's fondly referred to, and this is they've raised a fine gentleman, Toby Rapo. So really glad for the union, and congratulations to the family.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, let's get straight into it. Today, we begin in Edo State, where a brazen daylight attack unfolded Thursday afternoon along the notorious Okada axis of the Benin-Ore Expressway in Edo State, as armed assailants opened fire on stalled traffic, killing at least one motorist and abducting several others in a terrifying scene captured on video. Let's take a look.
I'm a kidnapper. For broad daylight, kidnapper. And all you just a shushu thing here. See, they don't even keep person for dance. We don't know who they key. Now they hear they see gone. We don't know who they key. They don't keep person for ground. See, that truck so they hold and stand. Hey, everybody they watch. They didn't carry anything from here. See. They don't shoot person, no. They don't keep person.
There were also some follow-up clips that the assailants continued their action arrived with sporadic gunfire still audible. The federal highway state to Ondo and beyond has long been identified as a high-risk corridor for armed robbery and banditry. Now, despite the presence of multiple security checkpoints, criminal groups continue to exploit heavy traffic, poor visibility in bushy areas, and slow response times to carry out ambushes, often in broad daylight. Well, of course, this is the kind of story that generates several reactions. Let's go to X, where this user said, with the number of security checkpoints within this region, such incidents shouldn't be occurring in the first place. Scary, but also not completely surprising. Again, little to nothing might be done, aside a press release statement and empty promises. The government's focus is on how to tax Nigerians. Simple. Well, PRO also tweeted and said every state needs active helicopters for an emergency response. Now, because we're still talking on insecurity, I'd like to tie this in with an event that you touched on earlier, and that really shook many of us to the core yesterday here in Lagos State, as the State Police Command yesterday responded to reports from 3 private schools in the Ikeja area that reported that they had received distress messages from the same unknown WhatsApp number. Now, in response, the Commissioner of Police, CP Olohundare Jimo, mobilized and personally led a team of police operatives, including a team of experts from the command's explosive ordnance disposal, chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear EODCBRN, the Rapid Response Squad, and other tactical teams to the school premises for on-the-spot assessment and security reinforcement. A sweep of the school environment, including classrooms, administrative offices, halls, playgrounds, and surrounding premises of each of the schools, was conducted to rule out the presence of improvised explosive devices or any other dangerous or suspicious materials. So the operation yielded no explosive or hazardous device, and the schools were consequently declared safe for continued academic and administrative activities. However, of course, we know that the students yesterday had already been evacuated early from the school premises, regular operations are said to continue today as police officers have now been deployed to each of those schools to guarantee their security. So we have an incident in Edo State on an expressway that has unfortunately now become notorious for various criminal activity. And then Lagos, closer to home. I never thought we'd, hear of a bomb scare so close, and we're looking at some of the most quality private schools that we have. Let me start with you, Rufai.
Vimbai, I kept on saying Jesus Christ because I know that road too well. I lived in Warri. We'll come on holidays through that road. I have slept on that road, not once, not twice, not 3 times. What's it called? Benin Expressway, the Ondo route up to Benin. I remember one particular episode in slept on that road. It was a contact set. Station wagon, and we had problems with the contact sets. I don't know if they still make cars that have contact sets again. Sleep on that road. We felt safe, secure. Vimbai, today, you can hardly ply that road because of this.